That was hot. All right. Diving into Evan. A black vision begins to flash the same image over and over. Has death finally claimed my life? The rampant escape of fleeting feet away from Vox Hollow. My companions are swift on their feet, with fear in their eyes. Heavy breaths is all that was heard among the halls and the sewers before the hellfire that dropped. It felt like searing fire of an igniting bomb casting all over my body. The ground collapsing from above, my friends, as I see the furious caverns crush their bodies. It only took a second, but those moments changed everything. This repeats and repeats. Why? What am I not seeing? A blinding luminescence takes me from this dream, but the burning, that infernal heat still kisses my skin. Cassandra! He's moving. Bring me a vial. This passage now continues. The heavy-weighted feeling of sleep changes quickly. After a prick within your arm, you feel falling deep into your own mind, almost across the universe and passing dimensions, before being face to face with a large tendril monster, size beyond comprehension. Its 5 eyes come to gaze on you, unblinking and fixed on you. Evan, bring them to me. You know of their location. Retrieve what I need. Together, harmony will make. Tones vividly change. We're losing them. Keep those pills down. Come on. Evan, you awaken in a panic sweat. That fever heat still exists as you sit up quickly to see a doctor with a purple and green glowing syringe. And the veins across your arms are vivid in neon purples and greens as they begin to fade. You're in a room. You're in a room here on a bed with like a white drape cast around you guys, almost for privacy. And you can see that there was Cassandra beside you, but also a doctor at the end of the bed.
Where the fuck am I? How am I still alive?
You're lucky. You're one of the lucky ones. Evan. I can't believe you're here. You look over and it's Cassandra from New Munderick, but she's in brand new glistening silver armor.
Am I like scarred or in pain or like what's going on here? Am I like feeling okay? Like I don't feel like a meteor just fell on me, or do I notice like my body feels that way?
You look at yourself and you can see those neon colors where your veins would be are starting to fade. But you can see like your veins at one point were this like very vibrant neon color, but it begins to fade. You can see that on your arms, especially on the outsides, and you can feel it almost up your shoulders, that your skin has been braised with fire. More so on your right side than your left side. You can feel that it probably goes up your neck and even starts at the bottom parts of your face.
How long has it been? I just look at everyone since this happened.
Since the meteor drop?
Yeah.
Time is hard to tell. We can suspect it's been months. We can't tell if it's been a year, but we suspect the time could be months since you've been here, Evan.
I've been gone that long? Out that long?
You've been out for a long time.
Are my muscles like atrophied, essentially?
You can feel that you're weak, but you can feel that whatever just happened to you has revigored a lot of your body.
Gotcha.
Oh, hold on. Hi, honey. I think someone wants to say goodnight again.
A double good night. Double good night.
Say hi to
Twin.
Go and sit in the chair. Say goodnight.
Good night.
Good night.
Hi.
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 Hey.
Okay, buddy. Come on. Love you, honey.
Okay.
Okay, can you close the door too?
Yes.
Thank you. Pardon me?
Why is nobody? Why is two people not?
They are. It's okay. Good night.
Sweet buddy.
I know. He's wondering why Will and Kelly aren't on the phone call. Because he can see the rest of you.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you cowards.
You're here, though.
I'm packing and eating ice cream. Leave me alone.
So,
I just begin to, like, just try and get up and just try and stand up out of the bed. Like, off the bed.
You see that Cassandra wants to grab you and looks at you, Evan. Take it slow. Are you feeling okay?
I
I
think so.
Did you see anything by any chance? Are you feeling all right? Are you feeling aggravated or tense? Is your blood... How are you feeling? Do you feel your heart racing?
I feel like I just woke up from a meteor landing on me and I've been gone for months. Yeah, how would you process that?
I know. As you can see that
As I begin to just like continue to get up and like, fuck, I'm taking this as fast as I want to take it.
You can see that she waves the doctor away. That's at the end of the room. And you can see that she goes through the screening. But, Evan, give me a perception check as the doctor goes through the white cloth.
Okay. Ooh, 11.
An 11. As the cloth waves to the side, all you can see is an individual standing on the other side of the cloth with a rifle.
My rifle?
No.
Oh. That matters little. I just continue to get up. Like,
You are able to...
Am I wearing-
Yeah.
am I wearing, like, what am I wearing? Am I naked?
No, they've changed you. They've changed you into clothes that fit, but not like your armor dressings and everything.
They should have just left me naked. I mean, I was out for a month. Anyway. Okay. So, I just get up and I can't thank you enough, I guess, for, at least allowing me to walk after that, but, oh man. Was there anyone else that made it?
Are you talking about the meteor strike?
Talking about the people I was with.
I remember spending a short time with you when you came to New Munderick and you helped us with the invasion from the Vipers and the Ratlings. It was very courageous of all of you. We do have another survivor, but his condition is more critical than yours. Listen, I'm going to ask again. Are you feeling aggravated? Did you hear anything? Did you see anything, Evan, that we should be concerned about?
Possibly. Saw a big ball of fire you're asking like anything after that, I mean, I had some pretty crazy nightmares.
I guess
Visions.
it's hard to disconcern the time that you've been out. Come on.
Right.
If you can walk, let's get you on your feet. Let's make sure that everything's working okay. And she goes to call for the doctor again, as you can see that they've kind of like put a lot of their gear away, and they kind of sit you on the bed and keep going over like your reflexes and start checking your eyes and your ears, but you can still talk to Cassandra at this moment.
So, like internally, like I'm thinking, was it like an amorphous mass with eyes, or what was it again?
Yeah, it was a large tendril creature out into like the distant universe with 5 watching eyes.
Yeah. Sitting there, kind of staring off, just thinking about that before I realize what's going on, and then get up and take an assessment of my surroundings. Am I in like a hospital? Where am I?
You are in a recovery ward
In New Mundrick?
in Vail.
There. Yeah.
The tunnels that got crushed, some of the materials came our way, and as we began to search, we found you. We
Well.
rescued you. You were unconscious and in the state that you're in now.
I have to be one of the luckiest people out there, to be honest. That when I came to, there was definitely some unnatural looking to my veins that appears to have subsided, but what the hell was that?
Oh, right. You'll need to talk to Perky about that.
Perky? Who the
Yes,
hell's Perky?
he makes the vials and the tablets.
Who makes what goes in the vials?
Pardon me?
Does he make what go in the vials as well?
No, I think you're going to be rather surprised. As the doctor kind of gives her like the thumbs up and kind of checks you out. And you see that Cassandra kind of like points to her eyes really quick. Like her one eye with her one finger. And the doctor nods her head. She nods back as the doctor leaves. Come on outside. And
I
you
try
might learn
and,
some more.
without making any note to like the people I'm with, whatever, like I don't say anything, but I just look quickly for any sense of like a reflection of what I look like to see if I can see something as I'm walking through wherever I'm going.
Oh, like a piece of glass or something?
Yeah, like if there's a mirror or something that's on some kind of wall or something where I just happen to
Ooh, how
catch a
about
glance
this?
of myself.
So as the curtain comes back here, you can see that there's a man there, and he stands there with a hood up over his head that just shies above his forehead there, and you can see he has this long-barreled rifle, and you can see the reflection in parts of the barrel there. You can see yourself. You can see that you have these like firing wounds where it's almost like it's a burnt scar that goes down your neck and mainly across the right side of your body. You can quickly see that there's little patches of hair that are gone and missing upon your right side. As you go to feel through your hair there, you can even feel those patches do not exist.
Well,
You look a little...
at least I'm alive.
You're also a bit slimmer from the time that you were.
That makes sense. I just continue on. You said that someone else was in critical condition. Who is that?
Come with me. There's a lot to talk about. As she kind of walks her way outside, and the guard there with the rifle never turns his back towards you.
I kind of like look back before I actually exit the door
Mm-hmm.
and like make it to where I obviously don't care if he hears me or not. I was like, who's the stoic type with the rifle?
Like, who is he?
Yeah, I just say that to Cassandra.
His name is Philip.
Philip?
Mm-hmm.
What's his story? Why is he here of all people, looking so angry?
Sometimes the medicine doesn't take as well, as she walks out the door.
Evan, for whatever reason, feels like not only did he survive a meteor, but in somehow, some way, people found him and injected him with a concoction that not everyone recovers well from. Just there's so many odds like that he's overcome, and he's doing like mental calculation, just like, wow. Thinking like Boris and Goldeneye, I'm invincible. And then he dies. Spoiler alert for a movie that's super old at this point.
Oh, I thought you meant you died. But okay.
I remember that scene. It was great.
And then it gets hit with a ton of CO2 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Instant heart attack. The medicine did not take. No.
Then I follow.
Roll character.
As you head outside, you can hear the door quietly close behind you. You can hear that a lock pad goes off as well. You stand there with Cassandra in the southwestern part of town. You can remember Vail, but it seems like quite a few more people are here, and it seems like it's a lot more built up than what you remember. Cassandra looks out, and she goes, I don't want to freak you out, but we injected you with the corium.
What? I mean, what?
We have found a way to harness it into a healing property, and you got a rather super large dose.
How many people exploded before you decided to give me it?
They don't explode. It's not weaponized in the form that we have it. We found out its properties are... its range and its variety is... we haven't found the limit to what it can do. But we do know that there's a limit that you can take. As she holds out like a small handful that comes out of her pocket of these white mushroom looking pills. Like they're mushroom in shape, but they're like hardened and flat.
Uh-oh.
These are one of the only measures that we have against the after effects.
Oh God. Am I gonna have to worry about this now? Have you I am ultra grateful for being able to walk. I'm just trying to calculate the burden I'm gonna bear for doing so.
Usually, if something was to happen, it would happen sooner than later. You can look out to the field of people here. You can see that there is the large training barracks that used to be in the center of town. Almost looks like it's also kind of humming with energy, and you can hear the sounds of like rifles going off inside the barracks. You can see that there's people with like provisions, and you can see that some of them are creating light and growing food on the outside of a few homes as well. Like they're growing like vegetables and food outside their homes being powered by the corium.
So obviously it's like they've had a pretty large technological advance since the last time I've seen them.
That's right. And she goes she goes on to explain when the meteor hit, its shards also came off with it, which gave everyone an abundance of this stuff. We've used it to try to advance. And unfortunately, some people have not. Its properties are vast, and we're still learning all its capabilities.
Are we still heading to see my friend?
She turns to you. Your friend is inside the ward. We will not be returning back in there.
You let me out here on purpose. Why?
Evan, I think you would be a great asset to this town. I think there's a lot here that you can discover, and I think waiting around for what could be forever could cost not only you, but everybody their lives. She points to her armor, as you can see that there's like a bolt of lightning that goes through a shield on the front of it. I am part of a new foundation called the Skybreakers. We are a group of apothecaries from New Munderick, and we go from town to town, trying to heal and aid those in which we can.
I am extremely grateful for reviving me from such chaotic conditions, but if I'm being 100% honest, I didn't sign up for any indentured servitude. You can kill me now if you think that I'm going to do that.
Listen, we're not... I'm not asking you to join me. I'm not even asking you to join these people. Listen, talk to Owen. As you can see that there's a red-haired individual with a two-handed longsword on his back. You can see that he's got leather armor. You might have recognized him at one point, but he now runs the town. And when I talked to him when I came here, he had something for you. Or something from your father.
That was my next question. Learning my parents. Oh, father.
Well, she kind of waves and hollers over to Owen. As you can see that he takes his lumbering feet and he brings them over to you. Evan, you're awake. It is a miracle. And he kind of like looks at you in your eyes. And he kind of looks at you side to side. Has he checked out? She nods her head. Oh, and some interesting things have... Evan, things have changed. And he takes out a letter from his bag. This was for you.
I just pull it, not so snatch it or so, just kind of gracefully accept it. Is it from my father? Who's it from? Does it say anything on the front?
It just says to Evan at the front. And you're looking really good for someone who just came out of their long coma.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate everything that's led me to this point. I'm still taking it all in.
Well, the people around here will be welcome with open arms to you. Ask them freely of any questions, and I'm sure that they'll have some answers for you. We're just kind of preparing. We're going to have a bit of an expedition. We're not asking you to come along. Just there's preparations going on in the town. As you can see, what comes through the gate out the side, you can see that there's another woman, an elven woman, in one of those plated armors, just like Cassandra's wearing of the Skybreakers. But you can also see like one of his guards are riding on a air-ridden floating motorcycle together, powered through corium, where it's got 2 tires, but they're like pointed towards the ground as they rip into the city.
I'm just looking at that thing like that has superseded literally anything anyone was talking about. Like wah 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 wah.
Yeah, you can see that it comes into the city like, and it comes and lands on the ground.
Internally, I'm telling myself, yeah, I think I need to stick around long enough to say that, see what's going on around here with that. But externally, I say, well, you got me this far, so I guess the least I can do is entertain what you got going on here for a little while.
Would you like, and Cassandra kind of looks at you, I can stay with you if you'd like for now, unless you'd like some breathing air of your own.
I mean, what does staying here entail? Is there a place that I can claim my own little area, or what is this?
We can put you up in a housing. That's fine. It's not a problem.
I mean,
You just let us know and we'll
what I need to for that.
we'll have it for you. Food, shelter, anything you need. We can have it for you until you make a decision.
No. Okay. Well, I'll stick around. I guess first things first is getting something to eat.
Sure. She points off into the distance. And the bar that is still here is the Hungry Fist Tavern.
The Hungry Fist Tavern. Good old familiar ground, apparently. I remember this place. We got in a little tavern brawl. And I think, was this the tavern brawl?
No.
That was Old Mundrick.
Yeah, that was Old Mundrick.
Yeah.
That was Old Mundrick.
Yeah.
This was the racist people that were just being super racist to outsiders.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Specifically frogs, yeah.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to settle in. I am going to try and explore what I have access to, essentially. Go get some food, find out what they entail as far as setting up shop, and then immediately going into tinkering and actually doing everything I can to find out who the fuck's still alive in the ward there, because, you know, RIP everyone else. Like, hanging my head low on that one. It's like, finally get to escape. Can't even fucking my hometown. What the hell? Regensburg, Somethingburg. I can't even think of it. And it's like, okay, finally got some life and death kind of crew members enjoying life. And boom, an entire moon lands on me, wiping out all of that existed. That sucked. Good God, Evan's probably got some traumatic, like, PTSD from that nonsense. Let's see how that goes out later in the game.
Okay.
So, who is this Owen character? I'm going to go ahead and try and seek out this guy after settling in.
Okay. Owen was the captain that's here in town, and he's the one who handed you the letters from your father, or the letter from your father.
Okay, that's right. So when I had a chance to actually have privacy, then I open up the letter and read it.
Sure. You begin to walk down the stairs away from the ward here, and you take the letter out, and you pull it open, and you can see that it is the scripture of your fathers. And you can see that it is written to you. It says, Evan, we heard notice that you are alive from the crash from the Meteor. Like, not killed and destroyed and crushed, I mean. We aren't able to come since travel past Gravehurst has become peril. We send letters with the Skybreakers. You can trust them. Your mothers and sisters are well, and we have made massive changes as the grungs are now living within the mine. They reinforced many of the passages, but something is strange. They are quiet and almost seem to be hiding something. We've been aiding them in our society and have agreed to fight against any those deemed dangerous. If you ever receive this and find a way, please come home, my son. Lots of love.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Peril. So it's not going to be an easy trip if I try and head there, though. No. Okay, so that's good. At least they know I'm alive. I don't think that, like, Evan wouldn't think that he can make it home on his own, especially in his current condition. So he's got to make use of his resources that he's got here. And at that point, go back to my old ways. See what I can do to try and find work or something to help at a shop or something so I can tinker and then accumulate my own gear back. I'm assuming that I don't have anything anymore.
You haven't asked anybody about where your items were. You began to just walk away. You have mundane clothes.
I mean, I would have figured that someone that had my items would tell me your items are here. But if they didn't say that, then obviously they don't exist anymore.
You just gotta ask.
What? Okay. Yeah. Then I'm gonna go back to the ward, knock on the doors. Hey, where the hell? Why didn't you guys tell me you still have my shit?
You walk past the guy who runs the town to go back to the ward and knock on it, and you can see like a little slide latch opens up, and you can see that he peers through. Are you sick?
Yeah, I'm sick of not having the stuff that I guess you guys have before I checked out. You know, I was let out here. I just was let out. They're like, hey, follow me, and here I am. And then they're like, okay, welcome to our town. No one said you have my stuff. What the hell's wrong with these people?
Mid-conversation here, the slide latch closes on you, and you could feel a hand on your shoulder, and you can see that it's Owen, and he's just like, Philip isn't going to have your stuff. We tucked everything away. We don't keep sharp items or anything that can be turned as weapons inside the ward for obvious reasons.
Okay. Well, where is it? Can I have it, please?
You can, and it's over in the barracks. We just want to ensure that you're feeling okay, and that yeah, okay. Evan, you enter into the barracks here, and you can see that there's different stations within the barracks. You can see that there's people with these new invented like long rifles. You can see that they have equipment and almost like scopes on the top of them with like pipes that also like go down into the barrels. You can see that they trickle with purple and green before the round goes off, but it doesn't quite sound like a gun. It sounds like it has an explosion, but you can see even the stream that comes from the bullet, and the smoke itself is almost like corium gets blown up within the chamber.
Oh, shit.
You can see that when the bullet impacts these wood carvings of creatures, you can see that it hits, but the bullet begins to ignite, or sometimes the bullet causes freezing effects.
Well, what the hell's going on there?
Off in another corner, you can see an elderly man, who seems to have a hard time walking with an eye patch, who seems to be working on some kind of alchemy as well among his tables. You can see that he's got like little corium rocks almost fitted to his table that he kind of works on. Very small shards.
I actually approached this gentleman and was like, Out of everyone so far, I feel like you probably are the most intelligent. I woke up from a coma. I'm looking for my stuff. My name is Evan Dustbinder.
So you start to follow Owen to go to get your stuff, and you instantly divert. You're on the you're doing this is the many side quests. It's the this is new. This is new. This is
Okay,
new.
I didn't know Owen was still with me. I thought I left him in the street.
You begin to walk away, but he catches up to you.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and you enter into the barracks. And
Never mind then.
he's gonna
Okay,
show you
oh.
the way, but he sees like your eyes gaze over him. He's just like, you can go approach him. That's Perky.
That's Perky. That is Perky.
Yeah.
I will make note. All right. Well, this place is rather interesting. I see you have a whole new set of rifles. Oh God, what the heck? Let me just say I didn't think that this stuff would be able to be taken to this level. That's awesome. There's a lot of intrigue here. But before I get too far and want to tinker myself, I need my tools. Where can I find those?
Agreed. We have them all tucked away for each person who comes into the ward. We try to ensure that all of their items are put away nicely and exactly preserved. If that person does become deceased and we're not able to find a family member, we do eventually begin to use their equipment. But we did have yours put to the side. We're glad to have you, Evan. You see that he goes into a room, and you can see that there's many chests, each dedicated to a single person in rows that have not been opened and are collecting dust. As he flips one open and drags it out, and you can see all of your old gear is left within it, almost preserved within this treasure chest.
I just pick up my staff / rifle. It's like, see, and that, my friend, is pristine craftsmanship. It's a little polished to get some of these. And then I look and there's probably like a damaged spot or two. It's like, oh well, I didn't see that spot. Okay, yep, I gotta fix that. God.
You can see that much of your old equipment, as it is pristine in the way that it was, has seen a lot of damage from the meteor.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just looking at some of these tools and wondering how much of them may have been collapsed into me from like pressure. Like, oh God, yeah, I'm surprised that I didn't have, and I just. A lot of the scarring probably is from some of that too, I'd imagine.
Listen, Evan, I don't think your rifle is going to be equipped for the new world. I'd recommend you go to the Smiths. I don't know if you ever met them, Bingo and Lassie. They're two older dwarf people.
Bingo and Lassie? Okay. Yeah. Are they the ones that are crafting those rounds that I've seen used out in the...
They don't craft the rounds, but they craft the polished new rifles. And their stuff is, with the new engineering, they can make a mighty fine weapon.
Okay. Well, that sounds like something I definitely need to look at. Owen, thank you for preserving everything of mine. I know I seem a little harsh from time to time, but honestly, that's just because I'm constantly thinking of other things, and I forget about what's in front of me. You helped me out quite a bit. I thank you.
Anything. We're glad to have you. As you see that he puts his hand on your shoulder, I'd like you to quickly give me another perception check as you look at his hand.
Actually, go on. $18.
You can see that he has like this insignia burnt into his hand of two rifles that cross, like in the top of his palm, across his palm. As he brings his hand, like burnt, like thick through his hand. But it's well detailed of 2 rifles that cross.
It's like what do they call it when they branding? Like a brand?
Deeper than that.
Oh, forget.
Damn.
Gonna ruin some tendons. You don't lose some fully function of your hand if you keep that too bad. I don't say anything, but that's what I'm thinking.
Okay. And he kind of gives you like the little shake, and he begins to walk across the courtyard of the rifles going off. He's just like, straighten up your backs. You're not gonna kill those mutants out there. Fucking misfiring like that.
And then, as I kind of am left to my own, I do want to go see those 2 dwarfs. I do want to see what these new rifles are about.
Okay. Now Evan's on the oh, Connor.
What?
Oh, I thought you were getting a lot of feedback of me. Sorry, my bad. Anyways, yeah, now Evan's on the new quest of every single person he meets, and I gotta go do it all.
I mean, if you introduce a character, am I supposed to ignore him? And then you just say later on, it's like, and then I had all this stuff and
Nope.
Nope.
It. You can do whatever you wish, just like I said.
Awesome.
As you begin to walk away and come... Ooh, yeah, I'm going to mute Connor real quick. I am getting feedback from him. As you begin to walk out of the courtyard here, you can see... Sorry, Connor. You can see that some of those that are with those rifles and stuff like that, as their hands are held up and they're pointing their guns, you can see their right hands are also branded with the 2 rifles that cross. But one person is watching you. One person with some kind of large stone wheel that spins as he's sanding or grinding something down.
Like a whetstone?
Like a whetstone. You can see that somebody's watching you. And that person is Perky with his one single eye, as he has the eye patch over the other. Watches you leave the barracks. But you remember where the fur, armor, and trade, like the smithery was. It was on the eastern side of town. This is where Gertie got her silver rapier.
Okay.
And if I was... Did she also get like an armor? Did Gertie also get armor from them? Or was it just the silver weapon?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't
You got magic silver rapier from the little old couple, and they also gave her a little, like a chest plate, I think.
Yep, there it is. Yep.
The only thing they asked in return is that I double it and give it to the next person.
Surely somebody will pull that off your corpse without an issue. Double.
When I said over my cold dead hands. Squished hands this time, though.
You begin to move your way over to what you remember is the smithery and the fur trade here. As you can see, their doors are open, and as you begin to enter in, you can see that there is an abundance of swords, axes, and behind the counter are the rifles. You can see that there's a slew of them kind of on the back wall there, and you can see many of the paintings here are tilted and not hung straight.
I'm not going to try and fix that. As I approach probably the closest rifle and just stare at it and see if, like, as I know of other rifles, how dramatically different that I can tell so far than what they were. Like, if I can even tell. Like, I'm going to just kind of test my own intelligence real quick here and see before I ask for help.
You can see that these look like they're made of like a better material. Like the barrel is longer. You can tell that it's more handcrafted. But the thing that's added onto it is a lot of different fixtures where it looks like the rifles can be built into different ways, where you can see many of them kind of have tubes, but they don't have an attachment that goes to it at this time. Whereas if like there's different attachments to the gun.
Okay. Well, I'll check it out. Now, the only catch though, Alex, so as much as I'm intrigued by the idea of guns, if I go to use, say, a gun versus anything else, that goes from a plus 11 to using from magic to a plus 6 for using a handgun or a rifle or anything like that. So as intriguing as these are,
I know.
Yeah, but these rifles are powered by corium. I wonder if that would give them a different boost. And he said that some of them gave off, like, some of them were heat and some of them had cold blasts. So it seems like they're magical rifles or of some kind.
but does it count as me casting a spell or does it count as me using a firearm? Anyways, I approach the counter.
You approach the counter and one little head pops up over the shelf. And you can see it's an older dwarven woman as she kind of fixes her glasses here. And she goes, "Why, I remember a familiar face."
Do I recognize her?
You would. You guys met very briefly for a small amount of time with Gertie. You guys like all kind of agreed who got the magical weapon, and it was Gertie. And she kind of looks at you and fixes her glasses. She goes, "I know. That's Todd, if I remember. Honey, Todd's here."
I don't say anything other than, you have a pretty interesting establishment around here.
As you can see, like a waddling older dwarven man comes across, and he's not wearing glasses, and he's just like, "I need to make you some better glasses." "That's not Todd. That's Evan."
I didn't want to say anything, but she tried.
She looks at
yes,
you.
I'm surprised you guys remember those. Anyways.
Where's Todd now? How's Gertie? I remember you had a bunch of friends.
Yeah, we unfortunately had to separate ways due to some unfortunate circumstances.
That's unfortunate, dear. You hear that? That's so unfortunate. Yeah, I heard him. Come on, I'm right in the room with you. Of course I heard him.
You guys, when did you start or are you the ones that are manufacturing these fine rifles?
Yes, we are. We're making all kinds of rifles. Rip Vail's kind of just washing them right out of here. Lots of places like the weapons, and hell, business got better than ever.
So, I mean, I was kind of like in a coma for a couple months, so a lot have changed since then. But I am totally unfamiliar with any of these. Could you educate me on some of the upgraded differences that I might not be familiar with?
Well, come on now. Show me what you got. Let's show me your pearly hand-in-hand weapon.
And I just produced my wood-crafted staff with a rifle that looks like a rifle for the most part, with a bunch of different, at one point, pristine little gadgets and gizmos that allow it to use magic, but now it's not so pristine and a lot more duct tape in spots that I needed. And I just handed it to him. I was like, "This is what I'm currently working with. I doubt it will fire for you, however. It's kind of bio-coded.
He goes to look at it. Huh. You know where you could take something like this?
Don't say the trash.
And he
If you do, I
begins
will
to
kill you.
throw it in the garbage can.
If I had a sidearm, it would be pulled.
You do it anyway. What are you doing?
You go to
There's
quickly
not a
like grab
sidearm
for
on the
something.
counter, is there?
You go to quickly grab for something, and you see the older woman kind of like pulls out this like small dwarven shotgun right around the end. Goes, we don't like people acting too fast in our shop, though. Friendly or foe?
You're the one throwing my stuff. And I look at him.
Listen, this stuff isn't gonna get you out of a situation between a bugbear and a ratling, okay?
Okay. So are you going to give me something, or am I going to have this back?
Listen, I wouldn't even. That thing deserves exactly the home that I gave it, okay? It's trash.
Okay.
You need a new model. That one's outdated.
Prove it. I'm looking for the evidence. I need proof.
Talking about upgrades, people! Upgrades!
Now, Evan. What do you think about the people at Rip Vail? And you can see that he points to his hand, like the outer side of his hand. There's nothing embraced on his hand, but he goes to point at it and asks you, what do you think about the people of Rip Vail?
I'm not one to join cults, if that's what you're asking.
I am not. It's not a cult.
I've heard that before.
Legions of people need to stick together. I still believe that there's good between people, and they don't need to divide and kill each other. As you see, the woman puts the gun away. You and your politics. You're always talking about these politics like you're gonna change the world.
I'll say this: the more
God damn it, Lassie! Maybe I am gonna change the world.
more people brand themselves as factions and groups, that just creates divisiveness. And well, the more of that occurs, the more walls get put up between us, and then some of my tools have to be used a little bit more often when that occurs.
You can see that she kind of like puts her hand to her forehead, and you can see that his eyes lighten up. He goes, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is the shit that I've been saying. And she goes, he talks about this every night at bed. That dividing the people is not the way to go.
And these are dwarfs? Then that's been going on for years. Like, since his birth.
Listen, Evan, if I had known this about you, we got off on the wrong foot here. Now, again, that gun is trash. Gotta admit, gonna be trash. But here, I got something special. Hold on. As you see that he begins to like rummage, and you can hear like something opens up, and she goes, "No, not that one." You can see that he comes back. His head comes.
Hearing her kind of quiver with it is like, Evan's trying to figure out: are they trying to just sell this? Are they doing an act to sell it on me? Like, are they hyping it up? Like, you know what I mean?
You can see that his head comes back out as he's got like a bunch of dirt that might have fallen from the table underneath, and he goes, "Well, I had to go down in the cellar for that one." But what he brings over top of the table here is, anybody correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a Lassie Weatherby Mark V with a gold handle plate.
Lassie Weatherby Mark 5.
I have no clue what this is.
Okay.
Oh, what now?
And you can see that
Go on, Alex. Go on. I want to hear you explain it.
it's a long barreled rifle that has attachments that can go up at the top. You can see that tubes go down the back side of it that go near towards the trigger, but the entire the brace part of the gun, the butt of the arm, is all plated gold here. You can see that this gun is well detailed and handcrafted. And he goes, I never had the chance to pull the trigger on this baby. I was too afraid.
I need to spell it Lassie Weatherby.
Yeah.
So
Mark 5.
the Lassie Weatherby is, I believe it's a 308 bolt action rifle. And they're notorious for being reliable. Like, just ridiculously reliable bolt actions. They don't jam. They don't misfire. They're really good guns.
Is this 2,400 Canadian or 2,400 American?
2,400 American.
Holy shit.
These are not cheap guns.
Holy shit.
And his gold plate.
Oh shit.
Just like looking at that, like I it may not have been of my own design, but even I have respect for such beauty.
You can see that it has like a top piece that can also like holster one of these equipment canisters that have the tubes that go down towards where the trigger is. And like he says before, I made it, but I never had the courage to pull the trigger.
Is it coming left-handed?
But why not? Why look? How did you hold on to such a thing without ever firing such a beauty? Guns are meant to be fired.
You say that, but sometimes fine, pristine pieces of work are almost like art. And sometimes art is ready to let go. As he like pushes it out of like this, like on this cloth towards you with these shaky hands.
And I'm just like almost approaching it as if like I don't know if I deserve such a tool. Like, good God, pick it up with such delicate grace. And then immediately try and just like handle it rough to see how quickly like I can fling it around a little bit and then hold it. Like, oh God, this thing is got some nice balance. Why are you giving me such a thing?
Because what we need is not harmony, but unity. As you can see that his wife looks at him and goes, do not say her name. As he looks at her and he goes, oh, old woman, you and all your nonsense. Evan, I bet you back at the barracks they're going to have a piece of equipment for that you're going to love. You're going to have a lot of fun with that thing. And I hope you give it the respect that it deserves. As he begins to cry.
I'm not gonna lie. Did not anticipate holding something like this today, or walking in here and receiving said item, even setting eyes on something like this. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, I wish to do you proud. I thank you. I don't know what to say. At the barracks,
Say
you said.
yes.
At the barracks, you said I'll find something to potentially even use for said item.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just like, thank you.
You can see that he's weeping there a little, and he grabs like a tissue. He wipes his eyes and then blows his nose. He's like, it's gonna kill so many rats. I'm so proud.
That. Yes, I'm also sad to hear that you still have a rat problem. You fueled my justification for using said item on them and said rifle on them. Thank you, and I just give a nice head nod to the missus and walk away.
You go to walk out the door, and just before you do, he says one last thing and says, Evan, unite the people.
Thinking to himself, yeah, that's a very tall order considering I despise the majority of people. In fact, there's a lot of the people that
Goodness,
are
1,500.
uniting would just be what the scene from Blazing Saddles, like the cream of the crop, the common people, you know.
Morons.
It's like, yep. And then I'll say, I'll do my best. And then walk away.
You can add to your inventory that you have the Lassie Weatherby Mark V rifle. I'm going to give it the common range of 200 feet and the long range with disadvantage of 400 feet.
Okay.
At the moment, it does 1d12 plus your dex modifier. And it is...
Oh my god!
Yeah, see,
Accurate?
I need to get some upgrades for it before I'm going to use it.
And as of right now, it is a dexterity weapon.
Right. Because I don't have a very good dex mod.
I know.
Not the catch. But I love the fact that it's... I mean, I'll probably still end up using it. Looking at it. 1d12 plus, okay, dex. And then 200, 400.
Mm-hmm. It's a two-handed rifle, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Exactly.
Unless it's in someone like Newhawk's hand. It could be a one-handed rifle.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. No.
It's like...
Look, if Nuka gets a new Hawk-sized Lee Enfield, you're all fucked.
I'm going to use a key point and cast Flurry of Blows, blowing holes through you. Yeah.
It's fast because it already is all already the pull back.
So, Evan, you come back out of the building here, back into Vail, and you can see many people around here are these types of guards that have these cloaks that just kind of go a little bit over their hair and dress up just above their forehead. And you can see that they do walk around with rifles on their back and stuff like that. And many of them do not wear gloves. And you can see that their hand just hangs with these two rifles burned into their hands. You can see that there's many of them, and they usually walk in packs. And it seems like they're usually walking with purpose to a destination.
Yep. Sheeple. They joined a cult. They lost their sense of individuality. Sad.
Make us whole.
Yes, all.
Make us whole.
And then I'm gonna go back to the barracks, I guess, because I was told to check this place out. But now that I have this really badass rifle.
Okay. You begin to walk around the building of the barracks, and just as you turn the corner here, you can hear the loud turbined revving of one of the bikes heading straight towards you. As you go to enter in, it is coming out. Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Ooh, 21.
You back up quickly, holding onto the rifle, back around the corner there, as you see this thing just vroom, faster than a horse, rips right by you. The gates open up just in time for it to speed out of Vail.
Holy shit, those things are dangerous. I mean, what the hell? I don't think society is adapted to people moving at such speeds as yet. That will have to change. Otherwise, the fools will be called. And then I head into the barracks.
You head into the barracks here, and you can see that a couple of people, those guards that were shooting at targets, You can see that they're taking a moment. They're kind of taking a break. Their rifles kind of lean up against the wall here. You can see that there's targets that are filled with holes in them, like wooden carvings of what would be like eye bites as small targets. You can see that there's rattlings as bigger targets, and you can even see these new horrendous creatures that almost look humanoid without any hair and no clothes, with hands that are hooks.
What the hell?
They're just like wood carvings of these types of creatures.
Gotcha. And then is Perky still like within eye shot of entrance?
Yes, he hasn't moved very far or very fast. He's still working on something over there, but you go to look over towards him and you can see that he's already looking at you.
Do I have like a holster or something for that, or
You're just like
am I just
holding
walking
it
around?
and it has
Okay.
it has a strap like a
Okay, then it's at least strapped across my back. At least I'm not just carrying it like everywhere I go.
yeah.
Right?
I'm on an adventure.
Right. Okay. Perky, is it? I heard you're an interesting man to talk to around here.
You can see that he's there and he's almost shaving down this like really thin barreled piece of metal as he kind of like narrows the edge down a little bit. And you can see beside it is almost like a glass cantener with this large prong pushing device. As you can kind of detail that he's making some kind of vial or needle contraption.
I'm just, before I even actually continue to talk, I'm just watching this man work for like 30 seconds or so, or until he kind of like mentions the fact that I am even there.
Yep. Like I said, he has noticed you, and if you come over to watch, you can hear him kind of perk up as he's working. I've heard of you. You're Evan.
That's right. Evan Dustbinder. Nice to meet you. You seem to be top of your trade right here, I'll say.
I'm supposed to teach you how to make vials and tablets.
Oh. We told you to do that now.
Owen and Cassandra.
Yeah. They've helped me out considerably since I've woken up.
They're okay people.
So, you got me intrigued. Vials and tablets, huh? And then I just kind of take the rifle from my back. Are they supposed to help me with this?
As he like glances over at the rifle and he looks back to what he's working on, and you can see that he kind of finishes screwing in the needle part into the glass, and he begins to like use his kind of syringe device. If you want a piece of equipment or attachment for that, go talk to the fellas at the shooting range. Be prepared for a game. They don't like to give up easy.
Oh, what are you working on?
You see here that he has like one of the doctor syringes, one of those ones that you saw the doctor might have injected you with. As you see that he takes off the back end, and you can see he puts almost this like little device on the inside of the plunger and screws it back in and drops one little shard of corium, the tiniest piece. And you can see as he pushes the plunger down, it begins to heat it up and turn it into a liquid.
This is not something that I knew you could do with corium.
It is now. And
Regensburg has never accomplished anything close to this.
he tosses you the syringe.
Oh shit! Catch it without sticking myself.
Right. Give me a deck save from getting stuck with it.
Oh god!
Just DC 12. Nice and...
Oh, actually, 18 plus 2.
Yeah, so you catch it. For just waking up, your reflexes are doing all right.
Yeah. Yeah. So, were you the one that gave Cassandra what they injected me with?
I made the idea. I made the invention of how this works. They administer it the way that they seem fit.
And how much of their goings on do you know about?
I keep an ear's distance from what they do.
Because since I've awoken, it seems like I'm a local celebrity somehow, which is meant that I've been talked about a lot in my state coma. And apparently, I am the walking guinea pig that managed to survive the experiment.
May
My
not be
friend-
like not a walking guinea pig, but maybe more like the walking dead. Nobody comes out
Yeah.
from the
about
ward.
that. A friend of mine apparently made it there too, and I'm wondering what happened to him. If he was also, or she was also injected with this concoction, and maybe they didn't have the same outcome I did.
We don't go waste in the corium.
Well, that's not necessarily a waste. They're just unforeseen consequences of somebody's body rejecting being injected with it.
They have to show good signs of life before we use it or administer it. You ain't just gonna get shot up for free.
I'm just gonna say Cassandra kind of already screwed the pooch on this one and told me that not everyone makes it through that injection. So you have to be at least aware of that, right?
That depends on how big the dosage and how long you like taking it for. You know,
Now you know a little bit more than you kind of like lead on to.
like I said, I'm an ear's distance away. It's like having a
And then
hand in your pocket. Hand in the pocket.
And I just look at the syringe for a moment. So what am I to do with this?
He sees you look down at it. Now, you're gonna need that once you leave this place. Unless you want to turn into one of the hold on, I gotta say this right. Apocryphals.
Elaborate.
As you see that he begins to wind and work on some of the new materials that he's going to use, you can see that he starts up this little Kindle with the corium. He kind of flicks a little switch and its energy provides like a fire. You do too much of it, you're going to drive yourself mad. You're going to drive yourself insane. You believe in cults there, Evan?
I believe cults exist, foolish as they are.
Do you believe that a lot of people in cults can believe in the same thing that each of them had never heard of before? They had never been introduced from different places that they had never met before, but they all believe in the same thing.
So they say.
He turns his
a lot of
head.
people believe in things to fit in. Don't ever let that fool.
He turns his head and points off into the distance, and you can see the hairless, pale humanoid person with the hooks for hands. Watch what you do. Watch how far you take yourself. You might just end up like the Apocryphals.
I just look at him and it's like, so, if I never inject myself again with this stuff, what happens?
Never again? Or if you
I
do,
just nod. I'm not gonna succumb to some kind of after effects from this, am I?
If you're okay now, we're pretty sure you're gonna be alright.
But using this stuff here might change that.
Eventually.
I just put it back on his desk.
Oh, my boy, you're gonna need it. The lands out there are more unforgiving than you could ever imagine.
You know, I'm not one to just put random stuff in my body. I was thinking
random.
of some combat stems that I have, but they're my own concoction.
I was gonna say.
That's essentially what these are.
Yeah, but like you're saying that if I overuse them, you know, they cause problems.
They can cause problems, but there's also a medication.
I mean, you know, how do you avoid problems?
Gotta mix
By
your
not-
uppers with the downers.
By not taking said problems.
Uppers and
It's
downers.
like, you know, crack's okay if you only smoke it like once a day.
He looks at the vial again and he goes, hold on to it. You might need it more than you think. Just convince yourself that you're never going to use it. Convince yourself now, Evan.
What's it do?
Gives you healing properties. Can heal up and top up that magic that you can't get anywhere else.
I'm just sitting there thinking, I don't use magic. My technology I use does. I'm like, okay. Just sitting there thinking, like, I want to see a guinea pig use this before I do it. see what that person exhibits before I even. It's like this stuff. It makes you feel better. It makes you do all this. And it's like makes you beat your wife. Should have told me that before I took it. All right. Then I'm gonna go look for the gun range. After giving him like a head nod, and making my leave.
He gives you the head nod. It was nice to meet you, Evan Dustbinder. I'm
Likewise.
sure I'll keep my eye on you. And just remember, I'm just an earshot away. Always.
I just stare him dead at the eye.
He looks down and begins to work on a new project.
I was like, "Do you make that comment a lot? Is that how you cope for only having one eye?" And then I walk away.
You begin to walk away as you can see that there's 3 of these guardsmen who've seen you gone and talked to Perky. As you walk up to them, you can see that their rifles are equipped with different kind of attachments on the top. As you can see that you start to head towards them, they all grab their rifles and almost prepare them like up in front of their bodies. You can see that all of them have the insignia on the one hand, etched and burned in. They all look at you. Now, how did someone like you get such a nice rifle like that? The Walking Dead got some money in his pocket? Is that what Owen went and got you? You think you're some kind of rich boy walking in here? Did you have lots of money? Go affording a gun like that.
I just stare without making comment, waiting for them to get the hell out of my way.
Oh. Do you want a game at the shooting range?
You up for it?
Let's make it interesting. As you can see that they all have like these attachments to their gun. You can see that one of them pulls the trigger back. And he goes, "Listen, let's make it interesting. I like that gun you've got. I'd love to have it on my back where it deserves to be, and not in those pesky little hands. I'll play you for it."
You know, I'm not putting the gun on the table. I just got it. And I can't guarantee I even know how to use it. That's a foolish bet. But, change the load, change the bet. I might participate.
They kind of look at each other. Yeah? What are you going to put up? What do you think that you got for offer that you think that we would like?
You're the one that put the challenge. I'm just not giving up this rifle.
Sounds like he's scared.
Okay. Gentleman's bet. We'll just see who's better. So if I'm better than you, I simply get to gloat. That's all that matters.
Gloat against us? Doubtful.
Yeah, every one of you fools. Look at you. Whoever just approaches someone you know nothing about and just pretends like you know everything.
We saw you walk out the ward. I'm surprised you can stand on your own 2 feet.
To be honest, me too.
We would have been the ones who would have been sent in if you caused any bit of a ruckus. Would have put you down. You would have never seen that rifle. Would have never even grazed your eyes.
Well, you missed your chance then, apparently.
Apparently we did. Now that gun's not going to fire like that. As he looks to his friend. Go on. Give him an M series. You see one of them
Trying
like
to take that in.
reaches behind them. And you can see that he pulls out like this scope attachment. And you can see that it has like an M that's marked on the side of it. As he comes over and he goes to like plant it in your hand.
Can I tell like how this like connects to it automatically, or like is it self-explanatory?
It'll almost be like a scope that goes, so like the gun that you have has like a holster attachment, and then the tubes go up and into it. They're built like pretty universal for these guns.
Okay, yeah. So then I slip it on without issue.
I'd like you to give me a tinkering check.
Okay. Actually, can I do that in D&D Beyond? I've been rolling on there the entire time. Let's roll a D20.
Pardon me?
I'm just gonna roll a D20. I've been using D&D Beyond. Okay, that's an 8 plus, I guess, Dex or Intelligence. Which is it?
What's a tinkering check? It's the artificer.
It's it depends on whether he's proficient, but it would be int plus proficiency. If he's expertise with the tool,
17.
Yeah. 17?
Oh wait, actually, I am expertise in any tool that I'm using essentially. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, then that would actually be double proficiency, so it would be plus 21. That'd be a 21 total.
So it went from an 8 to a 21. Okay.
Yeah.
So as you fit
Roll an
this
8.
thing on, you are able to bolt it all the way down and fasten it as they look you over and they go, "It's like he's done this before. I thought he'd be a bit more weary and we get that gun right off him, no problem." As you see that he pulls up his long-barreled rifle here and he goes, "Fine, gentleman's bet. I'll enjoy wiping that smirk off your face."
Perfect. Let's see if you can.
The M series clip allows you to use your intelligence modifier as a spell attack ranged weapon, but it combines the bullet with a cantrip.
What? That's crazy.
So
how
wait,
does
he gets
that
a
work?
1d12 bonus on a cantrip?
Yep.
What?
What?
So, Alex, I don't think you fully understand what you're advising. That means that every one of my shots that hit at a plus 11. Now, if you're willing to do this, I'm giving you the full scope of what you're actually saying you're going to do.
He brings up his rifle.
Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Good God.
The fun times begin now.
The fun time, but
This is
I'm not gonna
2d10.
like. I get it, but I'm not like. I think the rest of the group is going to realize something as well, that like I'm saying this for reasons otherwise, that they have run a whole campaign up through an entire campaign book with
Oh, I see.
magical weapons that far precede what I think I can lawfully compensate for. Do you get what I'm getting at? Is
Yeah.
they've done a long run campaign, and there needs to be some kind of equivalency, but this doesn't only balance to just you as well. Different attachments also go on these guns, and it's not just for you. These are around, and you've noticed there's balance. It's not just like you're the only one getting them, but I'm creating a high level game.
Okay. Okay.
So the
Do you get what I mean though? Like,
attachments give you those. Not the.
Okay.
so
So, does my spell sniper mean that I don't... It's like, that would mean spell sniper makes it where... I'm going to just say I would get 400 feet without...
without disadvantage?
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Because the thing that you
God.
asked for before was you were pretty upset that you weren't able to hit him within the distance. I'm trying to eradicate some of the issues from before and rolling it in.
No, man. Appreciate it. Good God. Okay. I had my doubts on such a tool. And then, like, seeing this, like, this numbers meme, Evan's sitting there just calculating. Let's fucking do this.
He holds the rifle up as you can see that his is burned with an R in it. He holds it up as well.
Like his scope?
His scope has an R on it.
Okay.
As you see that a couple of these wood planks have like series of holes through them already. And there is a couple of creatures that are in front of you, just like wood carving creatures. As new ones get posted up, as you can see that there's 3 ratlings. You can see that there's 2 tiny eye bites as well. And you can see that there's like a larger mutation ratling in the back.
Which one looks like the hardest to hit?
Probably the eye bites.
Yeah, okay.
Roll for shot initiative.
Oh, shit. Okay. Ooh! I got a 22.
Oh, you go first.
Alright, I'm gonna shoot an eye bite.
Okay. So you are able to use your spellcasting modifier on these shots. And you can cast a cantrip for the shot.
Okay. That would be 16 to hit.
You could hit an eye bite with a 16.
Yep.
Because they're
Can I
just
shoot?
like... It's also a piece of wood.
Okay, so then that would be 4. Let's see. Since I didn't have a chance to turn this into my arcane firearm quite yet by putting a little Evan attachment on it, I just do the standard stuff. So that's going to be
What
2D
what cantrip are you casting through it?
Firebolt.
Okay.
So that would be 2d10 plus a d12
Okay.
for a total of 27 damage. Plus, you say I get to add my intelligence modifier,
If that's your damage type, yes.
so 32 damage.
As you blow a hole through this wooden creature, and it just erupts in fire.
Evan just lets out an audible, like, gleeful. This thing. That was the first time I'd ever fired, and I did it justice. Unfortunately, it was at a target that was... It didn't feel the full effect of what just occurred.
Do you not have multi-attack?
No, I cast one spell per turn.
Okay. You can see that he holds up the rifle, and you see that exploding the eye bite, which is the thing that he was aiming at, seems to like dissuade him a little, but he takes 3 shots with his, and he shoots them all into the mutation at the back. As you can see, his rounds go into it, but blow parts off as each shot. All 3 rounds go into the mutation rattling, and completely, like, one blows one of its arms off, another one blows one of its legs off, and the last one, where its like tongue is hanging out its mouth, blows the front part of its face apart.
Oh man! Using this entire event, like, Evan cares not about the competition. He's just using this whole thing as an excuse to
learn,
see how to use his gun.
Okay.
And to see what kind of other guns, because they're going to use what they want to show off. So I get to observe that, and hook, line, and sinker. It's like, wow, Evan just taken back by whatever that just happened. Those are like, are those like exploding grenades?
Do you like look over and ask him that?
Yeah.
As he like stays quiet and looks over at you, you're losing your focus, marksman.
That's fair. I take my second shot at the next eye bite.
You got it.
That will be 21 to hit.
That'll definitely hit it.
Or 26 damage.
And what cantrip are you casting?
Still Firebolt. That's my go-to. It does the most damage.
Okay. You see that it erupts in fire again as it just like blows it all through it. As you can hear like the 2 others that are standing there goes, not bad. Maybe he could become one of the marksmen.
And then, actually, I should have done a different shot. I completely forgot about. Oh well.
You can see that he holds up his rifle again, and he's going to take 3 shots. One of them's going to miss. 2 of them are going to miss. As you can see that he tries to light up one of the rattlings. You can see that he blows this huge hole through one of the stomachs, and the other ones go ripping past its face into like the back wall.
Uh-oh. I got a question.
Sure.
So this is what I was planning on doing when it's my turn, but now I get to do it.
Yep.
I'm going to use... I still have access to my all-purpose tool. I'm assuming that's, like, on my person.
Yep.
So I'm going to use Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
Now, that does 2 shots at plus 11 each. So how does that work?
Is it with the all-purpose tool?
Well, it's kind of hazy on the rules on that. Apparently, if I'm attuned to it, it says if I'm casting my spells through my all-purpose tool, then I get the bonus. But that I was using that as my spell focus, essentially, with my rifle. Had it on that, essentially.
I'm kind of making this that if you can cast the spell, like you can without a different device, you can shoot the cantrips through the weapon.
Okay, I'm just gonna then. Okay, so then let's just say I can't cast Eldritch Blast through it because that specifically comes from the all-purpose tool.
Okay, is that all right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's 100% fair.
Okay.
Okay, well, so then yeah, I would just use Firebolt again.
Okay. As you can tell, you do not need to reload this weapon.
Oh shit. Yeah.
As you just cast cantrips into it, they just run out the gun.
So much part of me, like Evan internally is thinking, did they copy certain components of my own fucking design? sons of bitches. I was like, hold on.
Well, you did get free healthcare.
Yeah, but, just taking my own design, copying it, and mass producing it. It is something that I would have liked to have my name attached to. But apparently that's what happens when you're in a coma and given experimental drugs to try and be revived.
So there's one ratling that stands there, and one has a hole through its stomach.
Yeah, if I got around, I'd just blast through it, and that's going to be 27 plus 5.
Damage?
32, no, to hit.
Yeah. Jesus.
So that'll be for 15 plus 9 is 24 plus 5, so 29 damage.
Are you going for the wounded one or the fresh one?
Fresh one.
You blow right into like its head, but then you can see the fire begins to trickle right through the middle and splits it in half.
Look at this thing. Sick.
You see that the other marksman almost seems worried. He misses one shot as the other two land and blow the last rattling apart. You can see a board comes up at the very end. As you can see, it's one of these humanoid creatures with the two hook hands, and you can see it's almost on this like conveyor as it starts like moving towards you here. Evan, it's your turn.
Boy. All right. I don't know how many of these targets they have left, but I will take. Ooh, natural 1. But that's still a 19.
A natural 1 on one of these weapons is not considered a misfire anymore. What it does is it deattaches the equipment from the top part.
It's not a 19 anyway. It would be 1 plus 11 plus 5. That's 17. But still, it's a natural 1's miss no matter what.
A natural 1 kind of causes like the tubes on the side to blow out, so then it no longer can cast the cantrips through the gun. You'll need to like step to the side and fix it.
Oh man. I just look at it as like, really?
Maybe in those situations he would be a poor marksman. We could fix that though. As the creature kind of comes down the way. A 2 and a 2 on the dice. 11. You see that he shoots only 2 shots as they whiz by, and only 1 shot takes one of the arms off. Evan, it would be your turn.
Okay. I guess
You can fix up the gun with your action, if you'd like. With a tinkering.
Yep. That's what I'll do then.
Okay.
Clearly it won't fire in its current state. I mean, it will, but Evan doesn't consider it. That would be 13 plus 9, 21.
Oh yeah, you like do that quick like bend down, snap the tubes back on. You do the Anakin thing during the pod race. You're like reaching out, grabbing the tube, sticking it back in. All cylinders are on fire again.
There we go.
And he's gonna turn and take his last 3 shots. He blows one of the arms off again, so it's just like this head that's twisted coming without arms towards you guys as he misses 2 more shots, if you better believe it.
Good God.
It's your turn. I've rolled a lot of 2s and 3s.
I don't think that's statistically that possible.
It's happening.
This guy has proven me wrong. All right, well, 21 plus 5.
Oh, yeah.
And that will be for... my lowest roll yet. That's only for a total of 14 damage.
How would you like to finish off this abomination?
If it's got a head? I shoot it.
There's only the head left.
Boom.
Use the
I just aim for the most, like, chunkiest piece of it. The thing that I think is going to just blow the most away.
Yeah, and as it does, you see that the other marksman here kind of like lowers his rifle. You can hear clapping from the other two. Not bad. Not bad at all.
I just detach my part. It's like, well, I wouldn't necessarily consider either one of us a winner. And hand it to him.
He doesn't go to reach out for it. Would you consider drawing in the marksman? As he shows his hand in his branding.
Just say, not at all.
Keep it. Think about it. You might need us sometime.
Okay. Well, I thank you. I appreciate the sportsman little duel.
If
I
you're not,
can see you got some potential there, my friend, but you need to sharpen up on your aim. It's firing so many rounds, maybe be a little bit more steadier instead.
you can see that he's kind of just like doing away with his gun and putting it on his back and not getting phased by the remarks here as they stand in the line. You can keep it, but promise to never use that rifle on one of us if you are not choosing to join the marksmen.
Yeah, don't worry. I never use my rifle on anyone that doesn't give me a reason to do so.
Evan, give me one more perception check here. Oh no, Connor, what have you done?
Nothing. I didn't do anything.
I haven't checked the chat in so long.
23.
Oh, what's in it? Get cocky. Flirting with they're flirting with you. They're for nothing. Oh my god. You guys are the hillbillies. Sorry, what was the roll that you got?
23.
You look towards the entrance as you can see that Bingo is almost crying, seeing his gun being used so magnificently.
Oh man, he snuck in. Look at that. He had to follow me to the barracks. He knew what I was going to do. Does he notice me notice him?
Oh yeah, he's like trying to wave as his like wife is grabbing him by the collar, trying to drag him away.
Just taken aback by how awesome that rifle is.
You can also see that on the other side of the entrance is Owen, who's watched your performance.
Does he say anything as I pass by?
Are you walking out?
I mean, are they keeping me around? Do I have a reason to stay?
He can come up to you. That's some good shooting, Evan. Remarkable hands you've got on you. Steady. You'll get used to it. They pack a lot of power, don't they?
Yeah, that's remarkable that they still work so well. Felt familiar.
You like that strength?
Sure do.
It's better when you're in numbers. Keeps a lot of foes away. Especially when the bigger ones come.
Is that how you guys pad your numbers, by literally asking everyone every 5 minutes that you talk to them that you should join this cult?
We're a legion. We ain't a cult.
No one ever calls himself a cult.
Alright. Doesn't hurt to ask, Evan. The marksmen are a legion all among their own.
I appreciate everything you do.
I'll make sure that nobody asks you again. He turns his back to you and walks out of the barracks.
Owen will remember this.
Owen will remember that.
It's like, okay. All right. And then I make my leave. And then kind of give my little head nod to Perky as I walk out, because hell yeah.
Okay. You give him a head nod, and you can see that he's just kind of grinding and refining a thing here, as the one eye is just watching you.
I think back to the amorphous beast of the eyes that I saw. Is this one eye of 5?
Is that like an inner monologue? Like, what is that?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's literally what's going on in my head.
Okay.
Like, I know there's different forces in this world. Some that don't lie beyond on this plane. So whatever saw me on the other end, it says it's watching, essentially. So trying to figure out how it's doing so. And so far, this is the only guy that's walked around and said, literally, I have an eye looking at you, staring at you. So I'm like, okay,
I bet you if you had one eye, you'd be saying stuff like that too. Some corny lines like that.
I don't know. I do remember a person that was a burn victim that had a very scarred face that whenever there was tension in the room, was like, are you guys like making fun of my scars?
Oh.
Like, like, good God, no, man. You just way to make everyone extremely uncomfortable.
I love
You know,
That's way to
Yeah, of
my
course.
thing.
make it awkward is just make everyone else feel as awkward. It's like, no, you
Evan, is there anything that you'd like to do otherwise in the town here? You can see that surrounding the township are larger built walls than from what you remember. There's the 2 gates, the one that go to the east and one that go to the north. But you can see that these marksmen do walk across the top of the walls going around Ripvale.
Well, Evan knows that time is of importance to not waste, so he's going to do what he can to try and see where he can be of use to the town, where he can set up shop to make use of either his skill in some way and form, or like without joining a cult, see if I can need to help defend the town or something. Clearly there's walls, clearly there's still rats, and well, I know what to do about rats. So if there's something I can do in that fashion, I have some experience.
So you sound like you almost want to go talk to someone who's not going to talk to you about the cult then.
Yeah,
Who would you like to go talk to?
Cassandra.
You got it! In the center of town, in her bright silver-plated armor with the shield with the lightning bolt through the middle of it, you go and talk to Cassandra.
Now, she doesn't have the marksman on her deal, right? Nothing like that. She's not branded, is she? Or can I
She
tell?
has plated gloves on.
Fair. Sandra, question for you. Have you also branded yourself on the wrist with these rifles?
She kind of like pats herself towards like the center of her armor. I am with the Skybreakers.
Okay. Good. So, I've actually been fitting in quite well in here, and I want to make myself useful. How would I go about that?
She takes a deep breath and kind of, it's almost with dismay. Come with me, Evan. She kind of takes a stairway at the edge side of the walls here to go up, and goes up around like the upper perimeter walls so you can see to the outer part of town.
pretty nice view up here.
You
can
say
see
that.
miles.
You say that, but outwards, cascading across what you used to know. Where, I'm gonna have to send the image to you guys.
Is it like Mad Max now?
No.
Straight desert wastelands.
Do you want me to post it? I have it ready.
You can post it, sure.
Mad Max? I love me some Mad Max.
It's not like
It
that.
doesn't.
But you look out, and you can see these flaky crust, like this flaky haze that goes over most of the land. It doesn't quite reach the waters here at Vail, and it doesn't reach out towards Brigsenberg. But you can see that Munderick, New Munderick, the tower off in the distance. She goes to explain this is some dust fragments of corium that have drawn across the land. Inside there, time stands still, Evan. Wounds don't heal. If you don't come back from there, you become one of them. You see where Vox Hollow was and the Colosseum? There is a radiating blue crusted meteor strike.
Oh boy.
As you can see in the picture. The townships are wiped out and do not exist.
I like the map here, Alex. Heads up. Who made this? Was it you?
No,
No, I did.
Caleb did.
Oh, good job, Caleb.
Mine is a written scribbled design.
Lots of artistic interpretation there.
Yeah.
So I can't help but notice my hometown is covered in a nice red. A lot of red there now.
Yep.
What's that? Forest? Red forest?
That was
Looks
the
like the blood flowed freely over there.
I don't even know where my
Like fine
sewer is. I
wine.
mean, yeah.
she looks
I just
she
say
looks
to her, well, you got me for a while. Let's make the most of it.
she looks beyond the meteor. As you can see a new structure off in the distance. You can see there is a tower with a perimeter on it and almost like this glowing gem near the top of it.
Something tells me that I'm just trying to... I know there's no way in hell, but like, what kind of angle calculation would I need to if I wanted to fire some kind of round and hit that big target way off in the distance?
Okay.
And then, after realizing that it would be nigh impossible to actually get it there, that train of thought goes away.
Don't go there, Evan. And if you meet the White Rose, run.
What's a white rose?
As far from behind you, there's a screaming and a yelping that come from inside the town here. As you guys look back, you can hear rounds going off inside the ward as the doors burst open. And that's where we will end Evan's session 1.
Boy. Kudos, man. That was good. I enjoyed it. Kind of long. Felt bad for everyone else, but I enjoyed it.
What, did you think we were stopping?
No.
This man had me make coffee.
Man, maybe if I sell much goddamn rum.
That would have been nice.
So, Evan gets the first glimpse into the new world.
Yeah. I enjoy the new little idea, like the hazardous waste in different areas. That's the dystopia. It's like
The proper dystopia you want.
it's like don't go around there. Why? Wounds don't heal. Oh, that's wrong. Yeah, that's a good idea not to go near there. But does that mean you also don't age?
Possibly.
But this is maybe where the idea that he said take the syringe with you might be better, just in case you do need it.
Fair. Well, now I'm eagerly waiting on who's next.
Me next.
You've already gone.
That leaves only one.
You're an idiot.
Two.
There's two.
Ew.
Even kill it.
Eh?
Eh? Who are you missing, man? Who are you missing, Will?
Nobody?
Huh?
Nobody?
Oh, so there's none.
No, there's one person.
Who?
Don't worry about it.
Who we met? What are you talking about?
And we all grouped back up.
It's me. You're missing me.
And nobody else.
Missing you and
Me and.
I feel like Will fell asleep this whole time.
Look, no, I've been awake.
But not paying attention.
Kelly's gone. Connor's gone.
Uh-huh.
Oh, right. Oh, right. Hi, Caleb.
Hi.
You don't count.
So, Ron, what do you think of the balance? I know it seems out of balance, but do you enjoy the idea?
To be fair, I do get the idea of what you're getting at to try and help increase my progression, considering everyone has like a full campaign full of items and something to play upon, essentially. So I get that, but I appreciate it. No, that was a rather unique item. I would just like take it back. So it does all of this. Holy cow!
And you also said that you wouldn't use a firearm that had the chance to misfire. So I didn't want it to permanently break either. So I thought of an idea where it's kind of just like where it gets its power from, just kind of like a hose blows off real quick.
That's fair. I consider it's almost similar to. I use a lot of battery backups at work for all of our electronic gear. So like every now and then, they like pop, and you have to go push a button to reset them.
Yeah.
I get it.
I thought sure when you were talking about the how the guns were doing different like magical effects, like the ice and fire and different stuff like that. I thought sure you were giving him a caster gun.
Oh, like from
Outlaw
Outlaw
Star?
Star?
Yeah.
From what?
Number 3 shell!
Well, that's kind of where I came up with the idea of what I was doing by using magic in replace for rounds. Like that way, it prevented the idea because I'm casting cantrips.
Yeah.
Cantrips don't explode in your hand or misfire, so essentially, it's like that's what the whole concept was of just using that as
Flavor.
round. Yeah. So I dig it because it also fits my theme, and then it also fuels the idea of Evan's like, okay, motherfuckers are stealing my design.
2.0 though.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, it's fair. You know, I was field testing it. I had very little time to just sit there and improve my thing. I did it all on the field. I literally did that while caravanning to another town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Essentially. It's like, yeah. Intrigued.
Did you like the new type of scope of the world as well, where it seems like they're trying to pick up people to join
Their cult?
their faction?
Their faction. Yeah, their faction. Very
Really
Mad
cool.
Max-esque. You know, I'm waiting for Bullet Town and whatever.
Town.
It's-
Bata Town.
Yeah. So I get it. I like it. It's. I'm looking forward to exploring it, seeing what's out there now. Because clearly, I would say it's not like the meteor landed. I figured like when the meteor was going to hit, it was going to do just more devastation to the overall towns. I mean, yes, it scattered debris everywhere, but I was thinking like literal giant meteors like spanning the entire continent, crushing literally everything we could possibly imagine.
Oh,
You know what I mean? But
the size
happier
of
to see.
yeah, the size of it that it was, I figured even if it did make contact, a debris would cast along.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. So it's this haunted mystical debris that's like across so much of the land now.
No, as soon as you showed, like, you sent the picture, I was like, oh man, I'm, yeah, you gotta be intrigued. Because it's just like, in my campaign that I'm running with Out of the Abyss, there's stuff that's just every now and then the players come across. They're like, if we hang around in that stuff too long, we're gonna go literally mad. So let's not. And then this has similar, like, let's just not hang out in that stuff, or X effect's gonna occur.
So if you can't tell that going to the meteor site, you'd have to go through a lot of it.
Yep. Yep. It's like Chernobyl. Like, you want to go to Chernobyl, you're going to be going through a lot of different pockets of radiation. Or navigating around them anyway.
Yeah. But does anybody else have any scope or things they'd like to say about the new world that's to exist?
These hover bikes. How they work.
Rats.
Oh yeah, that's actually another thing too. Interesting.
There are hover bikes.
I liked how the targets sort of showed a preview of the monsters to come.
Okay. Like
That was a subtle context, like some only certain people realize.
Yeah. Also, that the grungs are being very quiet. That's something.
and they exist.
What are
Yeah.
they hiding though? What are they pretending? Like, what are they not telling us?
You don't want to know.
The new things that you're shooting at, they are spelled APOCRAPHAL. Apocryphal.
Apocryphal.
Oh. Apocryphal. So how long has it, like, since the Foxhole was destroyed to when Evan's woken up? How long has it been?
They said maybe not a year, but certainly months. They can't really tell time since the... By the way, the moon still hangs.
And they made hover bikes?
Wait, a new moon or is
Same
it the
moon.
same moon?
Same moon.
Same Corian
He just-
moon?
Same Corium moon. Same big
So
old
he
moon.
just pulled a part of the moon off and just was like,
Yeah. He just ripped off a chunk of the moon and fucking hucked it at you like like fucking Madara, and you're like, I stopped the first one, and he's like, but what about the second?
Yeah.
You had
it was
to meet
Starbjorn. It was Starbjorn the whole time.
And then he's like, do you want my simulacrums to use wood clone release? Alex doesn't get these references. Maybe Will does.
A little bit.
What do
Yeah,
you think?
kinda do.
What do you think that I had to do a little bit of knowledge about guns and go find a cool rifle?
I'm so
You did?
happy.
You could just find a cool looking rifle. Like, that's.
No, that was like out of the right. Like I was like, what the heck is he talking about? And then I saw,
Yeah, even I was like, a lassie? What? What the fuck?
and then
Like,
I
that's
looked, I was like, this is definitely
way
something
back
that.
there.
Yeah.
At least
Alex
he didn't say.
Went for all of
Alex
this
is like,
research.
well, I can't pick anything British because Connor will go nuts. Can't pick anything regular because only Americans will go nuts.
You didn't get to design it, but do you like it?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean,
That's
also,
so fancy looking
I
gun, yeah.
think of myself like this puts the target on my back literally, because it's a fancy looking gun. It's like I need to get a nice little carrying case for it that kind of hides it for the most part until I pull it out. Because it beats the duct tape wrap method I was working with.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the concept too, as well as you're having rifles, the different scopes. That way,
Mhm.
like any rifle potentially could be used by different people with different aspects.
Yes, I didn't want to narrow down to gun users to only being one thing, but the scopes are specifically made for two-handed like rifle weapons as well, where it's like you're not just going to be there with a pistol with like massive bonuses and stuff like that. It's very tailored to having a two-handed weapon like that.
Oh yeah, that's the way I always considered the other weapon too, because it was just two-handed staff. Like,
Like right at the beginning, you were harping me like, I'm not going to use it if it's like this and that, and I was like, I know.
and I feel bad because internally I'm like, Ron, just shut the hell up, just see what's going on.
It's okay. That's okay. I'm going to go to the washroom quick, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to crack a new drink. Because I'm going to
What
need
you
some
drinking on?
I'm going to need some liquid courage.
What you sipping
You
on?
need some liquid courage to survive this.
We're going to our Catman in Black,
Uh-oh.
Let's go.
the revivalist theory, Kite on the wind. I'll be
Be
back.
here for this.
I hope you're all ready for the shit talking to commence. My name is Kite on the Wind, and I respect absolutely nothing and no one. Do I want more coffee? Nah, I'll be good. I am plenty awake enough.
Just enough.
Oh yeah, plenty. I even have named this chapter in my notes Return of the Catman.
Return of the cat.
Turn of the cat, man.
The Catman cometh.
Catman. Catman.
Man.
Catman.
May there be mercy on us all.
There is
Just you.
there is no mercy. Mercy is for the weak.
Will, you're gonna have to wait and step aside because there is one more.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know who he's praying to, but I hope it's a good prayer.
Since the
Pray
defeat,
myself.
There's a God, but he just doesn't want to listen.
since the defeat of Strahd, Kite and Esmeralda have picked up small work in Waterdeep, disrupting bandit clans corrupt politicians just to line their own dirty paws. Still, this life in the big city lacks scope. Valiant hunters like the two of them begin to develop something, a war wagon, called the Pure Spite LLC, in representation of their past that drives the future.
Nice.
That's correct. That's the name of it, right?
The War Wagon is the Steel Raven. Pure Spite LLC is Kite's company.
Pardon me. It's
That's
a company name?
man.
And what's the wagon's name?
Steel Raven.
Steel Raven. I got those
Steel Raven.
Got those two mixed up. Wagon. Hold on.
I'm not out of the war wagon though.
I told her I would buy her a wagon. Like, I can't nag out on the deal after we stole all the money from Barovia. She knows I have it. She's there.
Where in the hell did this next part go? No, hold on.
Taking on your note. Fine.
No, I have this. The wagon finds itself sprawling across the outer lands, far away from townships that you have known about, the large cities and coliseums of loud victories and those bandit and thieves. You guys decided to set out and let adventure find you. It's here in the thickets of woods where the arms almost reach down of the trees and go to scratch the pure metal of the steel raven here. The screeching sometimes as Esmeralda is out front riding the coaster, or riding the holster seat to the caravan. You can hear her speak out. Darling, we're coming up to a almost abandoned like village.
Oh? What kind? And like Kate like pokes his head through like the gap where the coach is, and he's like, what kind?
You can even see yourself that it's just like this opening that leads to a bunch of these abandoned looking homes, but you can see that there's a few humanoids that do live here. Many of them are sweeping. Many of them are just tending to small chickens and stuff. But there's almost one that kind of stands out, and it looks like this off souvenir shop, or like a old antique store. Now, that's a good place to spend our money.
You know, hopefully they have something Netherese.
Nether who?
Yeah, you know, Netherese, the mage people.
Kite, you always seem to know the most amount of people.
Look, you get around enough and you find shit.
She looks at you with that remark about getting around.
What? What? It was only a little bit in Waterdeep. I'm talking physically getting out there.
She still gives you like this grazing, glaring look.
Yeah, I'm
Passing
sleeping.
the dog.
Where she's like steering the coach here as you're hanging out of it. You see that she steers just a little off to the side and hits this pothole while you're hanging out. and you go to begin to slip out of the caravan. Give me a deck saving throw.
Oh god, you picked my worst save. Second worst save. A 10?
Where you might have been eating some kind of warm pea soup or something inside. You feel that like the clunk where the wheel goes into the pothole almost just like begins to bump you out, but the spillage of this hot soup kind of goes on your leg as you do roll out of the window with this searing hot soup on your leg here.
Damn it, these were the good clothes too.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. Maybe if you could ask someone who gets around for a hand.
I deserve that one. The clothes don't deserve it, but I deserve that one. And I'm just gonna prestidigitation the soup out of the clothes.
She hops down and starts helping you patch you off. It's just you and me, my dear. This is the life that I want. I don't want to remember the things we had to go through.
Well, if you really think about it, everything we've had to go through in life made us who we are. The things I've had to go through made me the person you love. And the things you've gone through have made you the person I love. Bad, good. The path we have traveled is who we are.
Esmeralda kind of just gives you like the little head scratchies in between the ears.
Oh, Kite loves it.
And she perks up with a good smile. Now, let's do our favorite thing in the world and go spend Strahd's money.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I like spending it. So, like, as we pull into this village, Kite's kind of like looking around and he's like, hold up, let me summon my familiar. And like, he snaps his fingers and on top of the caravan is a smaller cat.
Mm-hmm.
Almost identical to Kite. It's just a normal cat though.
Yeah, so Kite, as you guys roll into town here on like an almost abandoned village, you roll in on the Steel Raven wagon. Would you like to describe yourself and your as you've put it, war wagon? In earlier representations, you come into abandoned village with a war vehicle.
Better than described. I don't have it painted.
That's okay. But if you'd like to describe Kite for us as well, and
Oh yeah, I can describe Kite. So Kite is about a 6'3", kind of tall, lanky Tabaxi, and he is always wearing a smile and the same blue robes that he got from the last campaign. He kind of wears a pair of swords now on his hip, and the Steel Raven looks something like this.
like
I don't have it painted yet.
Like a land trip.
into an abandoned village with a ballista on the top, metal siding.
They
With a
will know fear.
swivel mount set of ballistas. But yeah,
Tasteful.
just a war wagon.
And Esmeralda is a humanoid female. She wears a red bandana strip that goes across her head and gets tied in a knot at the back. She has curly, brown, almost like hazel hair that flows through the bandana and down her back. You can see that she's got this red coat, this red long overcoat that hangs almost close to the ground. She's got leather armor on, a hand axe on one hip, and a silver sword on the other one. And you can also see that she has a bionic leg from, like, I imagine you got a nicer leg for her at this point. She's got like this bionic leg on her one side that had been eaten off by the werewolves in Curse of Strahd, which used to be her bronze like prosthetic leg. So you summon the familiar on top of the war wagon. What is it meant to do?
So he's gonna watch off the war wagon for people while we are not in it.
You can see many of the faces of these people in the abandoned village kind of like with their jaws kind of drop as they have these straw brooms stop what they're doing to see this thing wheel through town and marvel but do not approach.
Rightfully so.
Yeah. As two well-dressed individuals climb out of their wagon here.
It kind of like stretches out. Long time
very
ago,
least-
too. So, let's find out what this shop has for sale. And Kite's gonna go up to the front door.
You can see that it's pretty busted and it doesn't quite close all the way, but there's a little sign that says open on the one side. Listen, are we gonna haggle them at all?
Why not haggle? You never pay full price for things. Not unless they're really good things, and no offense, this village does not seem like that kind of place.
They'll just be happy with anything, won't they?
I mean, any gold coming through here has to be good gold put in.
You see that there's a civilian off in the distance as he goes to smile. You can see he's only got like one tooth in his whole mouth and it's just made of gold.
That guy's the richest man in the village.
You see he begins to laugh like hysterically just looking at you guys. His hair's like all stringy and thin.
He's also the maddest.
Ace?
Yes, dear.
Probably should leave the card unlocked.
Don't worry.
Roll up.
Don't worry. I've got the auto feature. As she looks over on it, and she like flicks a little switch before you walk away, and the ballista begins to move on its own.
God damn, I love Waterdeep. And then, yeah, I'm gonna go into this antique vintage shop.
You go into this almost purely abandoned antique shop. Most of the items here are clothed with dust and spider webs. You can see there's two people behind the counter. You can see that there's a middle-aged man and there's a woman, a very elderly woman, who sits in a rocking chair behind the counter. You can see that there's rows and rows of miscellaneous items that come from dishes to rusted swords. There's heads on placards of animals that have collected dust within their fur.
Kite, like, walks in and goes to the nearest, like, obstructed object and just goes, "Ah, the smell of old things." Not you guys, but the dice.
You can see like the old woman rocking back and forth just looks at you and her eyes just look kind of hazy. And the middle-aged man speaks up. "You must not be from around here. New faces don't come around very often."
Yeah, I kind of gathered that. Your town's not doing so well, is it?
It's doing the best it ever has. Look at us.
I'm trying not to.
You see, like, he doesn't quite understand the remark, and he's like, my name is Sullivan, and that there is Helga. She's my mother. She don't talk much.
Oh, I missed being Kite. I miss being Kite so much. Kite nods and says, and for that I am grateful. So what sorts of players do you have? Do you know of their origin?
Some things just show up. Some things never get looked at again. Some things get put on the shelf, and one day someone like you comes in, thinks it's something special, rides out of town, and we never see them again.
I can only assume it is your warm, generous hospitality that drives them.
You see that he like reaches onto the table, and you can see that there's this little slice of bread, and as he grabs it and pulls it up, a cockroach runs from underneath it, and he bites the hard, stale toast, and it crunches.
Ooh.
Warm hospitality, thank you.
Oh no, I don't have message. That's fine, but Kite is going to examine the rusty swords. He's gonna go through some of the antiques and look for anything interesting that feels like it would have an interesting story to tell.
Hey Connor, could definitely hear that.
What, really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
It's Simpsons clips. Remember that one where Mr. Boris takes Homer Simpson into his room full of 1,000 monkeys typewriting?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
it. Nice.
Are they all doing the fortune
Sometimes
cookies?
It was the worst of times, you stupid monkey!
Yeah. You can see that he just chews on the stale bread here, and the cockroach just kind of leaps off and scurries into some crack within the floor here. You begin to just rummage your way through the old ancestral garbage that's pretty much just been piling up here. Esmeralda does the same as she kind of really looks at it before touching it first,
Fair.
ensuring that it's worth getting her hands all dirty for. You go to
Meanwhile, just going prestidigitation, prestidigitation before he touches anything.
as you keep doing that, you see that you do one, and there's a vase here. You can see that it's a brilliant white vase with a red rose on the side of it, but you turn it over and find out that it's got a big chip on the bottom, like it's broken. You go again, looking at a rusted sword, like you said, and you go to pull it off and do prestidigitation, and you look at it and you see that the blade is completely dull, where it's got frays all throughout the metal here. You can see that the leather on the handle is just worn.
He's kind of just eyeing down the edge of the blade, and he's like, "Oh, you poor old girl. Oh, you haven't seen action in a long time."
Az kind of just waves you over. Hey, darling, come here.
You got something?
She kind of looks at this plate set. She goes, if we brought these back to Waterdeep, we'd probably make a lot of money. As you can see, they're just... They're nice, fancy plates, but they're nothing to quite take home about. They got a gold rim on the side, and a gold rim in the middle of where the plate kind of meets the lip, and stuff like that. And it has an emblem on the inside of an elephant.
Well, these are definitely... They're definitely porcelain.
They're nice, right?
Yeah, they're old. I'm not quite sure how much we're going to get, but maybe I can haggle this guy down to a reasonable price. I'm gonna take the plate set up and I'm like, hey, how much for these?
Oh, what does the tag say? Off to the side. As like flips the tag over, it says 5 copper.
I look at Ez and I'm like, look, man, these are a little dusty and they're definitely out of style these days. What do you say about 3 copper? Huh?
Oh, is that what the tag says? 3 copper there? I'd like you to roll me a deception check.
Oh, great. Something I'm not great at. I roll a 1, so Kite immediately responds with, no, it says 5.
As here is gonna roll a deception check. Also says that it's a 5 because she rolled a 2.
Like, both are like, no, we're trying to cheat you.
But then at the same time, she holds one up and she goes, well, it should be 3 because it's not a full set and one of them are broken, and drops one.
Ooh.
And it just shatters on the ground here.
Kite's just looking at it as it falls. He doesn't reach out for it because he really doesn't want to touch it either. And it's just like, that really lowers the resale value. I'm not even sure that's worth a gold piece.
As Sullivan here, just like, we'll get someone to clean that up. Don't worry about the set. 3 copper's fine. She kind of looks over at you. Let's make it 2. It's an incomplete set.
Well, it was incomplete before you broke it.
Yeah, but now there's damage to it.
I take the damaged plate. I'm good, but I can't fix that. That's like... really good.
She turns and walks away from you.
You did a good job, though. So
Okay.
Kite's gonna produce 3 copper pieces out of the bag, 1 for each plate, and set them down on the counter before stuffing the plates into the bag of holding.
Okay. He's just about to say, like, would you like me to package that up? As you just, like, slip it into this pocket dimension.
It's just like... What?
Oh. Wizards, I see. Long time since we've met a wizard.
You don't get many through this part.
A lot.
You're kind of 87 miles away from Waterdeep, in the opposite direction of Am, which, yeah, you don't even know what those cities are.
The last time we met a wizard was when my mother here was my age.
My God. That must have been a century ago.
You see that the woman here is just like rocking back and forth in this like really creaky rocking chair.
And Kite, again, like, sticks his hands out and waves it in front of her face, like, leave him alive?
And there's no response. There's the There's the rocking, but there's no response to the hand wave.
I'm gonna look down at the bottom of the chair and see if he's moving it with his foot.
He is not touching it. No response.
Yeah, keep looking around through the antiques. Just do another once over.
Kite, give me an investigation check.
Oh yay, something I'm really, really good at.
Find something good for me.
That is a 19. 10
Okay.
plus 9.
You go past the dishes. You continue looking through things that you might be able to take with you on your way before you find a little teacup set. They're fancy. Like, they're a little too fancy. They kind of stick out. As you can see that there's only 2 of them. You can see that one of them has a gold rim around it, and it's like almost like those little fine china set ones. And you can see that the handle just kind of wraps around where you could see it would just fit somebody with like a dainty little finger would be able to fit in it. Someone of pure royalty. You can see that on each side of the little glass here, you can see that there's like a marking of what would be like an old heritage battle on each side, where one glass flows into where the other one leads off. As you can see that they're clean, they aren't dirty like everything else. Esmeralda comes up behind you and goes, "Hey Kite, I found this really cool chest that we could probably put in the back of the..." My, what did you find?
I'm pretty sure they're old and they're fancy, but they're not from here. These are someone recently picked these up.
She goes and picks the one on the left up. This is something else. This is quite nice. Definitely not from around here. And there's no tags on them.
Kite's gonna pick up the other one and like turn it over, look at it and be like, "Hey man."
Before you say that, you go to pick up this one and you can tell that there's some weight to it. There's weight, almost like something's inside the cup.
I'm gonna look inside the cup.
You look inside the cup and you can almost see like a fractured blue gem gleaming from the inside.
Without saying anything, Kite turns to the guy and is like, "Hey man, how much for these cups? Give you, say, 2 silver pieces. They're really fancy."
He looks, he goes, "I haven't seen silver since the day that Jimmy got his teeth in."
I believe you. Absolutely.
Wow.
He looks at you, and then he looks down at his mother. "Darling, we're gonna be rich. 2 silver?"
Silver.
He agrees.
So Kite's gonna produce the 2 silver pieces.
Mm-hmm.
But before he walks over, he sticks the cup he's holding in his bag
Okay,
and hands him the 2 silver pieces.
you got it.
Don't go spending that all in one place. I mean, you're the only shop in town, so you can't really spend it anywhere else. But like, don't spend it on other people's food all in one place. You're gonna have to find like 7 people to chip in to get you change for that.
He takes the 2 silver and he bites down on it. And he goes, "Dang it, that's real silver."
Yeah. Straight from Castle Strahd.
Castle who?
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty
Guy
good.
doesn't live there anymore, because that guy doesn't live anymore.
You look over as the squeaking rocking chair stops. The elderly
Holy shit,
the elderly
God.
woman puts her foot down. Aye! You like it them teacups, do ya? Well, I know somebody who really enjoyed them back in their day. Wizards! Mad wizards like yourselves! Running through, sipping on fancy chemical drinks. Archmage Blackstaff.
Right?
As you see that Sullivan here is just like, okay, mother, calm down, it's okay.
No, go on. I am interested in this story.
As you can see that she just kind of just begins to like slobber at the mouth.
Ah, shit. She's going to get.
Kite, roll me a history check, because Archmage Blackstaff is someone you used to know.
18 plus 9.
You remember that Archmage Blackstaff used to love working on gemstones and finding rare artifacts, kind of like something that you could have found, and is really invested into what is it called when you're interested in gemstones? Is it
Jewelcraft.
Sure. And he's really interested in arcane magic. You knew him as like an archmage. He was a very strong wizard, and he visited your people on the outside of Waterdeep long ago. She begins to rock back and forth in her chair here. She goes, Archmage came through here. Blackstaff came through here.
You know what, man? Just for that piece of information, here's another copper. And Kite hands it to the old lady instead.
The old lady just does not take her grip off of the rocking chair. She does not take the grip off as she begins to just drool from the mouth as the rocking chair slows down.
Kite licks it and sticks it to her forehead.
You see that it hangs for a few seconds against her dry skin before the imprint of like the copper coin is on the other side of her head as the coin falls into her lap.
Good enough.
He looks at you guys. He goes, "Is there not anything else that we could interest you in? There's, we've gotten a couple of those deer heads on placards and bull's heads on placards.
I need a hunting trophy, I'd rather hunt myself. You guys don't do, like, vampire head stuffing here, do you?
What?
No vampire problems around here? No?
He he pulls out this little thing and he goes, "We only have one weird vampire oddity if you're interested."
Only if I can stab it.
You see that he pulls out what seems to be this little ink dipper, but it's a casket shape, and there's what seems to be like a little portrait of a vampire sitting in it, but there's a little hole in his chest where you can stab the feather to get the ink, and every time you put it in, the eyeballs pop out.
As me.
She kind of grips you just like, "You need to come back to reality. We don't need it."
I need it.
You don't need it.
Stab a vampire every time I scribe a spell.
You don't need it.
I don't.
Back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity.
He goes, "I'd give it up for only a single copper." As it's just like,
Nah! I've already got my own inkwells.
Is it because you can't haggle it down?
from one.
Yeah? And, like,
You can
just
give you-
visually doing a once-over and realizing Kite's basically seen everything here. He's gonna turn to the guy and be like, hey, just so you know, should probably get somebody to polish those swords. They sell way better when they're not rusted. You could, I mean, that one over there with the actually intact leather handle, you could probably get like 5 gold pieces for that if some stupid adventurer comes through here with too much coin and not enough common sense. Just a tip.
He nods his head. Well, thank you. Now I just need to find something to clean it with.
Yep, that's your problem. Hey, Esme, anything else?
She looks around, and she looks at the old lady again. You talk some wicked nonsense, old lady. And stares at her for a moment. Doesn't say anything else, but just walks right out the door.
And then bowing to the comatose old lady and this old guy, Kite's gonna walk out with her.
As you walk out, you notice, and she notices, as the door swings open, your caravan is there. There's no sound of the door behind you because the entire town does not exist.
No. Oh, this is some Dread Realm shit again.
Kite, did you go pissing off someone else again?
Look, I piss off a lot of people. You know, I piss off almost everybody I meet, actually.
Even
It's a
me.
talent.
Even me sometimes.
Yeah, but you love me.
I sure do.
I might be an ass. I might be an ass, but I'm your ass, and that's why I'm so attractive.
She goes, you are my ass. And I've got your ass on this one. As I rolled a sleight of hand check, as you see that she produces the vampire quill thing.
The hell? I would feel bad for stealing it from the guy, but that guy did not know what he had. And he pulls out the cup
Yep.
that he took with the blue gem in the bottom of it.
Yep.
Like, this, and I might be wrong, I think this was the personal teacup of Archmage Blackstaff. And that dude is old, which means this is expensive.
Kite. Are you getting yourself in over your head? Maybe you shouldn't have taken that.
Paid for it.
She shrugs her shoulders. You're right. You did pay for it.
I mean, it's not like I stole it.
And it's not like they're gonna miss it as she turns around and just like waves her arms at the nothing.
Fucking goddamn Dreadbloom ghost town bullshit. How does it keep happening to us? This happened like last Thursday.
She kind of looks at you. How did you know the name of somebody like that?
Well, back in Waterdeep, just a little west in the forest is where I grew up. And, well, Archmage Blackstaff is one of the lords of Waterdeep. He's famous as hell.
Do you think we should go visit him?
And I'm looking at the cup and I'm like, yeah, he might want this back. Powerful guy.
She
Who knows?
nods.
Might
at
not
him.
get paid, but it might be a small favor.
Definitely small favor. She hops back in the carriage and like nods at you to get in.
Kite's up on top of the carriage.
Awesome. Keeping the familiar out?
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys stroll back through the forest here, where it seems like the town that was almost abandoned never seemed to exist, has just vanished. You head back towards Waterdeep. It does seem like it's a few days' travel, but you guys are well more than equipped to make your way through without any kind of serious endeavors. Things that do seem to come and approach almost come to see with widened eyes more than violence in their eyes. You know what I mean? They're coming more or less with seeing like a do not approach kind of idea. It's here that you come back to Waterdeep. And it's such a familiar place, but Ez notices that there's, out in the forest, like you said, there's some other strange things going on. Things that weren't going on with Waterdeep in the forestry on the outside. Where those big open landscapes, that like the one that you just entertained here, kind of looks like something like that is here now. But she points off to a tower that's coming out of the forest. As much as I hate it here in Waterdeep and all the mayhem, do you think one day we could settle down, get our own place out in the forest?
Sounds good. Maybe that's where the path will take us.
I hope so.
I'm still gonna go stab things, though. Only thing I'm good at. Stabbing things, magic. Okay, 3 things. I'm good at 3 things.
And what's the last thing, sorry?
Stabbing things, magic, and a 3rd thing.
Also stabbing things.
Different kind.
You see that this different path on the north side of Waterdeep here begins to come out to a big metal tower. You see that there's one large tower in the center of a clean field. There's no grass, there's no trees, no nothing. But you can see that there is very many small identical towers where there are small constructs doing laborious activities around the area, almost like they are building new towers.
And Kite's just kind of squinting. He's like, I don't remember any of this.
I don't either. The last time that we were in Waterdeep, you said that he was Archmage was a very powerful man in Waterdeep. This couldn't be a new business venture, could it?
I mean, it could be, but that's an awful lot of progress for a week.
As you go by, you can see that there is these automatons. You can see that many of them are just carrying like structure pieces and planting them down, or some of them are digging into the ground, and some of them are helping almost like weld tacking these pieces on together to begin to create structures. You can see there's many of these automatons working together.
Man, this is fascinating. I've never seen so many constructs in one place. I mean, if this is an Archmage Blackstaff's project, I don't know who else could do something like this.
Well, I'm glad that you're such good friends with him then.
No, I've never met the guy.
She almost stops the wagon instantaneously. What do you mean you've never met him?
I mean, I know of him. Everybody in Waterdeep knows of him. He's famous. But as far as, like, sitting down and being introduced to the guy, never happened.
Kite, we're almost famous for a different reason.
Holy shit, you're right. Okay, maybe we do have an in then.
You see that you begin to keep going with the wagon here. As it pulls
So
up
do
to
we take the tower, or do we go straight to the city and see if he's wherever he goes to in the city?
I'm sick of the city. Aren't you?
I am never sick of Waterdeep because some weird shit is always going on. And weird shit means I get to make money.
And she goes and like taps the little cup that you have. Isn't that where you want to make your money?
Yeah, that too. Like I said, weird shit.
She goes to avoid Waterdeep and starts driving towards the tower.
Okay, that answers my question.
As
Let's go find out if my hunch is right.
yeah, you see these automatons working at rebuilding these structures. It's almost like they're building mini versions of the really big tower here. As you can see that there's like this large slatted door with no handles or anything. As you guys roll up to it, the one door just moves inside itself and goes upwards. As you can see that as the door and entryway opens, there is a man, a very old man that stands there with a black staff and a long beard. Who goes there in the distance? Lower your weapons or be destroyed.
Well, I can't lower it, but I can deactivate it.
Esmeralda's just like, Kite, you've got this one. You know the most about him.
Kite's gonna hop down off the wagon, hold his hands up, and be like, "Hello! My name is Kite on the Wind. Come from a few days' travel to the south, and I think I found something that might have once belonged to you. And I was hoping to either sell it or trade for a favor."
Kite on the Wind? I think I remember you as a young one.
You do?
Maybe. Come in, come in. Don't mind the automatons. They're just working on what they need to be doing. As he invites you in, Esmeralda kind of like looks at your wagon here and kind of looks at you, Kite. Do we need to be worried about this man?
Well, he's a wizard, so you should never really, like, trust a wizard. But also, he's kind of one of the leaders of Waterdeep, so he doesn't get down to nefarious shit too much. He is a politician. And a wizard.
And a wizard. Well then... Okay. You see that she ensures that she straps her extra hand crossbow onto her belt.
Familiar on the wagon.
Familiar on the wagon. As you guys enter into this large tower, you can see that it's built out of just these like metal sidings for so much of it before like there's this platform pillar that you guys are able, that Archmage Blackstaff like waves you guys in and you guys come stand on it, and it begins to rise up to an upper floor where you can see it's almost like this like this large library where he's got like this big view over top, and you can see that he can see Waterdeep from an overhead from the tower here, and you can see like the ocean side as well, and its beautiful crest, and you can see where the sun kind of crests over as well. And he goes, "Isn't that a marvelous view?"
That is indeed a great A view of Waterdeep and the Sword Coast.
Now, you've come all the way out here to come see me. Here, some of our automatons have decided to create and develop kind of a scenic view, a place that people can stay outside of the town. What do you think?
Well, this is definitely a Class A view here. If any of these other structures are going to be this tall, they're going to have a lot of applicants coming to stay in them.
Right. Now tell me, what have you brought me?
Kite's gonna produce the cup.
He looks at the
Well,
cup. Oh, long ago. Who did I have these drinks with? As you can see, he kind of ponders them and looks them over. Where did you find something so old?
it was in an unnamed, nearly abandoned village that up and vanished after I purchased it.
Funny
Some
how...
dread-
It's funny how circumstances happen like that. You could be just in the right place, just at the right time.
That seems to happen to me an awful lot.
Coincidence, maybe, Kite?
Happy coincidences seem to happen a lot around me. Unhappy ones too.
Now tell me, who is your wife that you've brought here? As you see that Ez kind of looks over at you, and
Kite doesn't correct him, and just says, "This is Esmeralda Diavenir, my lovely companion."
she kind of like nods her head, and he goes, "Whoa, how long have you two been married and been together?"
We've only been together for a few short months.
Very. A few short months. But not married?
Plainside from Barovia. No, we haven't had an opportunity, or at this point, a desire yet.
Listen, I'll pay for your cups, but I think time is waning on my old bones, and my courage for adventure is waning. I think this might be the instance. I could really use an extra set of hands around here. There's a bit of a nasty problem going on just outside of here. I'd love to build more of the establishments here, but I think we have a bit of an issue.
Well, my adventuring company, Pure Spite LLC, happens to deal especially in big fucking problems. What
Well,
seems to be the...
This big fucking problem is something coming down from the mountainside ever since that we developed. A cyclops of some kind has come and started destroying our automatons. Now, I bought this land fair and square, and I've made sure the automatons have told the cyclops that. We bought this real estate. We need to fetch him out of here. There's a cave north of the mountain where he resides.
And you want me to simply drive him off? It doesn't matter how?
Now, it doesn't matter how, but I would love to see that it would not exist again. Or breathe our same air. If it was to just leave, I'd be okay with it, but it seems to be a bigger problem than we are expecting. Like I said, I don't have the courage in me to go out and go dispose of it myself anymore. I am very close to completing this new establishment of ours. And I can't have something like that roaming around disturbing the esteemed guests that we're going to have.
Well, I think that sort of problem is well within my ability to solve for you.
Very good.
I can't solve it peacefully, but hopefully it won't come to violence. But if it does, I'm well acquainted with that too.
Very good. I like your spirit, Kite. I used to have that kind of spirit when I was young.
Without thinking, Kite nods and goes, "Yes, that must have been some time ago." Oh shit.
He nods. I can remember when I was a young lad. Slaying trolls and wizards and all kinds. Then politics came into play, and I took down in my elder years and did the right thing. And let me tell you, the money's good. Make the right decisions, Kite, and the money's good. How about this? You help me with this, and I'll pay for your weddings. Right here, at this gorgeous view. As he relays his hand across the view, across Neverwinter. Or
I'm gonna look over to Ez and kind of like raise an eyebrow. I'm not going to speak for Esmeralda, but I would be okay with such a ceremony.
She looks back at you. She kind of like leans over. You really sure about this guy?
No. However, my traveling companion and I weren't considering such a thing just yet. At least we hadn't discussed it.
Well, I'd like this manor taken care of sooner than later.
For the matter of payment,
Well,
perhaps.
the ceremony can be yours. We can get you up and ready. You know I have lots of connections within the city.
That you do?
We can invite whoever you wish from across the nations and across the land. Please, just be gone with the Cyclops. Disgusting foul monster. I can't believe that they still exist in our time of age.
Lots of things exist in lots of places. But hopefully this can be resolved without violence.
He looks down across the land here. Like there's no trees or anything, and then there's a small bit of forest that lead up, and you can see that the cliffside where the forest meets up to, and he points up on his above view here, like his high pointed view, and he goes, right down there, there's a cave. It's too close to the area. We need you to dispatch of it. And for the cups, how about... I'm sure that you paid a pretty penny for them. 50 gold pieces for each of you.
That sounds fine with me.
Perfect. He produces the money, and he gives it to each of you. Now go on. I'll make some calls while you're gone. And you two don't need any assistance, do you? Just a Cyclops, right? You guys should be okay?
Should be fine.
Should be fine. Glad to hear it. You see that he snaps his fingers, and a couple of these little automatons come. You can see that they're almost like... some of them are almost like these... almost like crocodile shape, with little arms. And they come and circle you, and almost point you back towards the elevator.
I guess I'll follow the direction they're pointing.
Okay. You go back to the elevator and take your way down. Esmeralda kind of looks over at you. Kite, does this not seem too easy to you?
It does a little strange. I mean, if a Cyclops was attacking, Archmage Blackstaff could destroy it with a single word, probably. Just wonder what's going on here. Don't remember these towers, and I definitely don't remember there not being this much forest. My home should be somewhere nearby.
It seems like the forest is disappearing, Kate. As the elevator meets the bottom, the automatons walk you out, pointing in the direction of the cave.
Kite's gonna look around at the flat expanse, and he's just kind of screwing his eyes up like something doesn't feel right. Let's go talk to this Cyclops.
Okay.
I have a feeling things are not exactly as they seem.
Okay. I'm just gonna go to the washroom quick, and I'll come right back.
Okay.
Can't taking a job from the man.
Yeah. Do well with authority, usually. We saw how that worked in Curse of Strahd.
Consistently. Oh my goodness. What's the matter?
Oh, did he go away too?
Oh, I'm just in the other room.
Oh, okay.
I was getting more water.
Okay. So, as you guys are walking through the forest here, you can see that some of the automatons, as you see that some of them are kind of skating out of the forest, as some of them are going in at the same time. Like they're kind of bypassing really quickly, bringing material in and out, as a lot of them do run around the forestry here. I'd like you to give me a perception check while looking at the automatons.
That would be a 14.
You see that some of them definitely stand out amongst others, as some of these like crocodile looking ones seem to be covered with some kind of blood as they come like rearing out of the forest and back towards the tower. Some of them are covered in like wood chippings and stuff like that coming out. Some of them are covered in dirt, but some of them come out covered in blood and just like ripping back to the tower.
Kite's like staring at one of the ones covered in blood, and then he kind of like stops, does some head math, and is like, we need to move more quickly.
Into the forest?
Something is not right. Into the forest.
As you go to make your way into the forest, you can see deeper in. You can hear the buzzing sounds of machinery, but you do not hear the nature call sounds of birds, squirrels, or any other types of creatures. You hear the buzzing sounds of the machines. As you look in the far distance, another tree collapses. You can see one of these automatons has like their mouth chewing around the base of it, while other ones are gathered around also helping.
Do I see any more of these bloody automatons?
No, Not right now.
And this is the same direction that the Cyclops is supposed to be in, right?
Yes.
Kite's not really too bothered with them cutting down trees. But he is more bothered with, like, the fact that there's no animal life around.
Okay.
And he's gonna pick up pace and try and get closer to these automatons that are chewing on the tree.
Okay.
And see if he can't determine, like, if there's anything in the tree.
No, there is no bird life. There's nothing within the tree. There's no holes for any kind of animals to be burrowed within.
I guess he'd probably just keep on his pace, but he's moving a lot faster and trying to find any that are running deeper into the forest.
Okay. No more of the automatons seem to make it past right around where they've built the towers before. They seem to just kind of like edge their way in and make their way out. It doesn't take you long, but you find the cave, and it's almost easy. Where it would used to be deep within the thickets and forests, the forest seems shallow from how many stumps are around. You can hear kind of some hollering sounds coming from within the cave. Like large waning sounds.
Kite's going to turn to Ez and kind of motion down towards the ground and say, I'm going to go quietly, see what's going on. I really don't like this. Something is not right. Waterdeep's never cut back this far into the forest.
Agreed. Something is nefarious. And this time, it isn't us. As she pulls out her hand crossbow and her silver rapier.
Kite's actually not going to draw a weapon for now.
Okay.
But he is going to lead the charge stealthily into this cave.
Alright, roll me a stealth check. She can do the same.
Oh no.
Hot damn, she probably did way better than you.
16.
21. So as you begin to make your way into the cave here, you can see a lot of like the natural light makes its way in here. You can see that your first bit of passage, there's lots of movement of feet. There's a lot of little feet, like little prints of feet, and then there's a few large prints of feet that go along with it. You guys make your way in before you find what seems to be like speckled bits of blood within the dirt. Before you find yourself at a four-way passage. There's a way going to the east, a way going to the west, and a way going to the north, and the way coming back out. But here is you find a pile of these broken automatons in the first section. You see that they are shattered, smashed, and broken to bits. You can see the ones that are barely functional twitching, almost like a leg is kicking or the mouth continues to chomp. These ones are ridden with blood. You can hear hollering and waning of a large creature to the north. And out to the east, you can hear skittering sounds. And the way to the west also has the large hollering sound.
I am going to try and follow the trail of blood.
It seems like the blood is just in the middle there.
Okay.
Like the destroyed automatons were covered in blood.
I am going to follow the sound of the wailing, whichever direction seems loudest.
The north and the west are both very loud.
Well, you always follow straight lines and then turn right, so we're gonna go north.
Okay. You go north to find yourself at a very large opening. There's a passage that goes east and there's a passage that goes west. You can hear a large wailing within this room, but see nothing. You can see that there is large dirt footprints that go in a sporadic kind of pattern, and you can see that there's no other sense of footsteps within the vicinity here, but the way to the west has like a crying, like a large creature crying sound. Not like the wailing, but now it's like a softer crying.
So there's only pathways to the east and west.
Yes.
I am going to go to the west.
You begin to go to the west as a large sound happens behind you and two almost large footsteps clamor behind you. You must kill the mother! As you can see that there is a large spiritual troll with a large spirit club that begins to swing down at you guys and clambers down in between you as you both jump out of the way. Both of you roll for initiative.
Ooh.
Oh, this poor bastard.
I'm gonna send a picture of what this thing looks like.
Oh, you're sending it on Messenger.
No, I'm sending it through Discord.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Spirit troll. Oh no. I'm not rated to deal with ghosts. Yeah. I roll a 22.
Ooh, Ez rolled a 23.
Nice. Good going, girl.
And the troll rolled a 4.
How sad.
So you see that Ez takes out her weapon here. You can see that she pulls out the hand crossbow, is going to take a shot at it. And unfortunately, she misses with her shot here. And then she's going to spend the rest of her turn reloading it. Kite, do you know what to do here?
Kite knows what to do here.
And then it is Kite's turn.
Kite is, unfortunately, not mage armored up.
Right?
So Kite's going to use mage armor and blade song as its action and bonus action.
Okay.
So like as he kind of taps himself and casts mage armor and begins by drawing his sword and tapping it to make it start humming, he's going to get right up close to the spirit troll and be like, if you need something from us, you need to calm down and use your words, or it's gonna get really bad really quick.
You must kill mother. As you see that on his turn, you see that the spirit troll takes its claws and rips into its chest. As you see that what comes out of it is this venomous spray begins to begin to do a 15-foot cube, releasing this like a venomous cone here, and is going to spray the both of you. I need you guys to make Constitution saving throws for each of you.
Dirty 20, 11 plus 9.
Esmeralda does not save, so you're only going to take half the damage here, which is 4d8. 3, 2, which is 5. 6 is 11, and 5 makes it 16. So you take half. You take 8 points of poison damage, and you do not gain the poison condition. She takes 16 damage and gains the poison condition. You see, it is her turn here, and is not happy with that. You see that she's not feeling too well, and she's going to take her silver rapier and try to make attack with disadvantage because she's poisoned now. Natural 1. You see that she goes to take a swing but falls over, coming down prone, as you see that the poison and the acid makes her start coughing really hard here. Kite, it would be your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna try to talk this thing down one more time before I attack. Who killed your mother?
Mother is not dead. You will not kill Mother.
What if I don't want to kill your mom, man?
Be gone, wizards.
You're just not going to listen to reason, are you? Pain in the ass. I'm gonna cast a 3rd level,
Third level what?
I'm not gonna cast 3rd level Shadow Blade. Instead, I'm just gonna use my normal weapon.
Okay.
And use Booming Blade.
Okay.
Not gonna use resources just yet. But yeah, that would be a +7 to hit. Does a 24 hit?
Oh yeah.
15 plus 7.
Yep.
That's a D8 on the rapier, a D8 of thunder damage. He takes 3 points of piercing damage and 5 points of thunder damage.
So total 8?
Mm-hmm. And then I'm gonna use my bonus action to attempt to telekinetically shove him.
When the spirit troll takes damage of any type but psychic, each creature within 5 feet of the troll take 2d8 poison damage.
That's right.
A 3 and a 4. 7.
Blade.
You instantly both take 7 points of poison damage.
Okay.
It's
and
still
I'm gonna try and telekinetically shove him.
okay. So he makes
So
what
he
kind?
needs to make a strength save, DC 17.
10 plus 4, 14.
He is shoved 5 feet away from me.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna run over to Ez and try and help her up.
Okay. You can spend half your movement speed and do that.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, and then it is its turn. You see that the wound that you delivered into it, was your attack either acid or fire? No? You can see that the wound that you did to it begins to heal up in regeneration. Spiritual regeneration.
Yeah. It's like hoping us up and he's like, I thought this was supposed to be a cyclops, not a troll.
You see that it comes over and it goes, you will not take Mother. What?
So it moved?
Yep.
Willingly?
Yep.
Booming blade damage.
Okay.
It takes another 9 points of thunder damage while it's far away.
Okay, now it's only taken 9 damage.
Yep.
Okay, you can see that it comes up to you. And Kite, because you attacked it, it is going to make 1 bite attack and 2 claw attacks against you. Plus 7 to hit. Ooh, that one rolled off the table. That's a
22.
17 plus 7. 24.
That hits it.
Okay.
Or it would. If I didn't if I didn't shield.
So what's your AC?
27 for the rest of the turn.
I have to hit a critical hit to hit.
Yep.
Here comes a claw attack. A 4. The other claw attack, a 3. You can see that it just it tries to bite down on you as you cast shield and bang it away. It's like spiritual teeth, and then it goes to claw against you. And again, as the magical shield saves you here. As it is Ez's turn, she's going to make that saving throw. Doesn't pass. She's going to try to strike it with her rapier. Nope. 4 on the dice. She misses. Damn it, Kite. I thought we could handle this.
We can handle this.
It is your turn.
Kite is going to use his bonus action, cast Shadow Blade
Okay.
at the 5th level.
Okay.
Maximum power Shadow Blade. So as he conjures that one, he's gonna drop his rapier for Ez and start swinging.
Okay, you got it.
First attack does a 12 hit.
Nope.
Okay. Second attack is another 24.
That one hits.
So he is gonna take a total of 23 points of psychic damage.
How much?
23.
Okay.
And then I can't do anything else. But I'm gonna stand here and protect Ez, put my body between Ez and him, and just flash with psychic and be like, Ez, hit him with the fire.
It reaches up and didn't recharge. Okay, it's gonna try to do its multi-attack again. It's gonna start with a bite against you, Kite. 11 plus 7, 18.
Does not hit.
Claw attack, 4 plus 7, 11.
Does not hit.
7 plus 7, 14. So none of the attacks hit you.
As he's swinging, Kite just jumps up and kicks him in the face.
As it's swaying back and forth and doesn't like that, Esmeralda is going to try to use... she's going to try to not be poisoned. She's still poisoned. And she's going to use the cantrip Firebolt at disadvantage. And she hits. Where's the d10s? She ends up doing 9 points of fire damage. Alright, Kite, it would be your turn.
Okay. First attack this time is going to be a cantrip attack. And I'm also going to Firebolt.
Okay.
Hey, does a 23 hit?
Yes.
He takes 4 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Pass. And then the second attack is going to be a normal Shadow Blade attack.
Okay.
Which is probably a miss, an 11.
Yes, it does miss.
Telekinetic shove. DC 17 strength 8.
A 4 plus 4. 8.
He gets moved 5 feet back as I force push his ass in the face.
As the troll here is just getting shoved around and getting sliced and burnt, it's kind of just it throws its arms up and then it wants to crash them back down. It's not able to use its venomous spray again, but it is also not able to regenerate. You see that it is going to make its 3 attacks on Esmeralda this time. Ooh, a 16 plus 7 for the bite, that hits. An 18 plus 7, a 25 for the claw, that hits. and a 10 plus 7 for the other claw. That also hits.
I can do nothing about this.
So the bite is a d6 plus 4. 2 plus 4 is 6. Plus 1d8 for poison damage. 1. She already is poisoned, and the claws are 2d6 plus 4. 5 and a 4 plus 4 is 13. The other d6. 4 plus 2, 6. Makes another 10. Plus 1d8 poison for each one. 6 and 6, which is another 12. Okay, so in total, she's taken 5. 9, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She has taken 66 points of damage. Esmeralda is not feeling hot.
I can do nothing to help her except just be like, Esme, dodge!
You see
No, not like that.
You see
Why
that
don't you dodge?
she takes these bites. She takes like these hits, and because it has moved back, like she is going to take the disengage and run to the other side as she's kind of like hacking up this venom. Nat 1 does not save from the poison still. She is still poisoned. So Kite, it is your turn.
Kite's gonna run up on it.
Yep.
Again, putting himself between it and Ez, and firebolt attack.
Okay.
Why? Slime dice, why do you betray me?
What do we got?
Nat 1.
Your cantrip just fizzles out in your fingertips.
And then a Shadow Blade attack, 16.
16 hits.
That hit.
Yep.
24 points of psychic damage again.
Okay. This thing is not liking that.
And then, if I can try and push it into a corner of the room with telekinetic shove to get it much further from, Ez, that's what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna keep doing that.
It gets shoved. It does not save from the throw, but it is its turn. It has 30 feet of movement speed. It begins to come after you, Kite. Nat 20, baby, on the bite.
Okay. So I'm gonna use a new feature.
Okay.
Roll your damage, but I'm gonna consume a spell slot with Song of Defense to reduce it.
Okay, do you want me to do it now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll roll the damage now. So
I'm going to reduce it by 15 with the 3rd level spell slot.
okay, so it becomes 2d6, 4 and 4 plus 4, so that's 12, and then it's 1d8, which is an 8. So 12 plus 8 equals 22.
22.
And the target is poisoned until the start of the troll's next turn.
Oh, disgusting.
So you reduce it by 15, so you only take 7 points of damage.
Disgusting.
That's not bad. From a critical hit on a troll.
Yeah.
And then it is going to make its claw attack. You won't fucking believe me.
No!
Well, that uses my reaction.
It's the other 20 in a row.
The other what?
That's another 20. So, but I missed with the other attack. So this is its last attack. So it's 2d6 plus 4 plus a d8. So it's 4d6. So 3 and a 2 plus a 6 and a 6. There's no fucking way. Fucking 6 and a 6. Plus 4. And then 2d8s. Now we're not trying to kill you guys in here by Jesus.
What can you do?
So 10, 11, 2. You take an additional 25 points of damage from the clone.
God. That would be 12. I have to make a con check 12 up.
For what? Oh, for
Shadow.
concentration. Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. And Esmeralda's going to make a firebolt attack. She definitely hits. Where'd those d10s go? She does. 10 points of damage. This thing is not looking healthy, even though it's a spirit. Kite,
Oh.
it is your turn.
I'm gonna make a firebolt attack against it at disadvantage.
Okay.
Does a 16 hit?
Yes, it does.
For a total of 12 points of fire damage.
Ooh, it's not looking too good.
And I'm gonna make a Shadow Blade attack at disadvantage.
You got it.
10. That misses.
A 10 does miss on it. It is its turn.
And then I'm gonna just bully it.
Okay, so it will do its strength save again. A 5 plus 4. 9.
Just boom.
Yeah, you push it back.
Bounce off the wall.
It moves the 5 feet towards you again. And it is going to make the bite attack against you. 4 plus 5. No, 4 plus 7. Which is 13. A 12 plus 7, 19?
A 19 does not hit. AC 22.
Last attack is a 2 plus 7. 9. Esmeralda's going to make her firebolt attack. Misses. Kite, it's your turn.
I don't have disadvantage anymore, right?
Nope, it's just for one turn.
Okay. Firebolt attack.
You got it.
21.
That hits.
For a total of 6 points of fucking fire damage.
Okay. It's unhealthy. It's like on its last legs.
And a 14.
14 does not hit. Anything?
At least I'm hitting with the fire attacks. And then I...
You shove it again?
Yep, I'm just gonna keep doing this.
Okay, a 17 plus 4. 21.
That saves. That
Alright,
saves.
it saves. It begins to attack you. Multi-attack. Bite attack. Got a nat 1. And then a 2. Oh my god, it deserves it. Kite, you're swinging at it with your blade. You see that it goes to make a bite attack against you in its final moments. Kite, finish this troll.
As it goes to make a bite attack against me, I just put a firebolt through its mouth into its brain.
You got it, because it rolled 2 nat 1s in a row trying to attack.
Just give me the attack of opportunity.
I could. With 4 hit points.
Yeah, that's 17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you put the firebolt through its spiritual brain here as it evaporates.
Would you believe me if I told you I rolled exactly a 4?
Whoa! There it is. No, mother! As it evaporates into dust.
My insides. Yes, you doing all right?
Your insides, my insides. You see that she's just like down on one knee, still failing on those fucking poison saves.
I'm gonna go over to Ez and help her up and be like, okay, we took care of this thing.
She's got like she's got like 8 hit points.
Do you need healing? I can't do that.
How is that thing that hard?
Oh shit. We're out of practice. That's too many bandits. They're fighting weak guys too much.
Way too much. Just
Oh shit.
peddling with coins. Kite, we're getting soft.
Man! I'd say time to hit the gym, but I don't think that's gonna help.
I don't think I want the life of the countryside anymore.
No. Here, have a potion, and I'm gonna hand her my only normal potion. She's like, here, have a potion.
Is that the
It'll make you
D6?
feel a little better. It's a D4 plus 2.
Okay.
Or 2D4 plus
2d4.
2. 2D4 plus 2.
A 2 and a 4 plus 2. She gets a total of 8 healing back. That literally doubles what she had.
In pinpoints.
She looks at you, and you can see that she's just like all kinds of fucked up. But
Like she looks like she's about to puke.
But she seems like she's adamant. She's like, we're gonna get through this. For the love of God. Please don't be another one of those.
Oh, let's go find out. And Kite's gonna go into the next room. To the east.
Oh, to the west, the hollering crying sound?
Yes.
As you guys go to the west, you can see that there is a live fire. You can see that there is about 4 children trolls all surrounding the fire, cooking a little bit of berries over the fire and stuff like that. Before you see that there is a troll in the back who comes stomping out. You can hear that she's crying, and she waves her hand past you guys. No wizards taking our land. Enough is enough. You see that she's there, and as the fire catches the side of her face, you can see that one of her eyes have been completely gouged out.
Kite's gonna look down at the kids, and then look up at her.
They
And down at the kids,
they look
and over
terrified.
to Ez, and he's like, I'm not going to attack.
You can see that she's like wallowing and crying. They took everything. Everything from us.
Kite's like racking his brain trying to think of another place they could try and travel to. Like, trolls are hardier than most. And finally, he's like, you can't stay here. They're going to keep coming after you. But if you leave, I can think of a place you can travel to. If you
They
stick to
can-
traveling by night,
They killing the forest. Killing the forest. No forests. No birds. No life. They kill and kill.
to be fair, the trolls also do the same thing. Not to the same degree.
Not like this.
There's little
Yeah, but
difference
not-
between what he's doing and trolls raiding a village. If you head north to the Mare of Dead Men, there's a place you trolls might be able to survive that people aren't interested in colonizing.
You help us?
I won't harm you.
You help us there? Oh, wizard, want us dead. Machines never stop. Bite, chomp, chomp. You hear the children, bite, chomp, chomp. And you can see, like, they, like, show their arms that have, like, grievous wounds along their body.
I kind of look at the kids and I'm like, they're troll kids. They'll probably be alright. And as long as they still have their arm, it'll always go back.
Just make sure their big nose doesn't get too heavy from head so they don't fall over.
Yeah, that would suck. How many kids are there?
4.
4. Fuck.
You help us? As, like, looks at you, and you can see, like, she's all kind of, like, her own fucked up. Why doesn't anybody ever help us?
You know, it's fucked up. You're right. It's always, can you go get this for me? Can you go stab those bandits? Can you kill a fucking Cyclops? Actually a goddamn troll. This is some bullshit. I'm not even getting paid for this one. He just wants to throw us a wedding. He wants to show off his fucking tower. This is bullshit.
As a voice begins to appear behind you, as a cloud of smoke begins to appear. You think I was gonna even pay for a wedding? As you can see, it's Archmage Blackstaff. Go on. Do as you were going to. Strike them down.
That is not what I promised you. I promised I would get rid of them. And so I will. We're going to take them to the Mare of Dead Men.
I want them to no longer breathe. I want them to no longer exist.
Then you're gonna have to do that one yourself.
What? You don't think that I couldn't? Why would I waste my own strength? As you see that you can hear the sounds of chomping coming through the halls of the cave. As a larger automaton with like a drill in its mouth begins to come from the way that you came through. I've been after this damned Cyclops, this pesky creature, trying to defend its land.
Cyclops! Oh,
It's got one eye. It's an ugly Cyclops. It's a foul beast of the forest anyways.
I'm not gonna disagree with you there. Trolls are like... It smells so bad in here, and you only have a human nose. Can you imagine what it's like for me?
You see that the giant drill automaton begins to make its way. Go on. Finish it, or it will finish you. And you can see like the cloud of smoke disappears as like the automatons make their way through the south and the eastern hallways there, and you can hear them.
How big is the doorway to this?
It's pretty big, but the trolls are also big.
Like 20 feet?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of how I want to deal with this.
As you can hear like
There are multiple ways I could deal with this.
there's small chomping feet coming, but then the large one you can see is like rounding the corner where it has this big drill in its mouth, and it's here that in the middle of the room a black smoke begins to form in the center of the room with you and the trolls. It begins to take shape as a amorphous purpled figure begins to appear. And that's where Kite's session will end.
Okay, good. 'Cause I have some notes to write down about Blackstaff being a dirty troll racist.
I'm not trying to be mean, but if trolls showed up on New Hawks Mountain, they wouldn't last long. Like,
So, Kites took a bit of a different direction.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, Kai made the money, though.
Kite made some money. We're going to have to leave Todd and Anthrax's fate till next week. But, what'd you think, Caleb? What'd you feel about Kite's intro chapter?
I loved it. I loved going in peeking with Ez.
Okay.
Also, I'm kind of sad that Kite's home force is getting, like, called back, but that's the way of progress, and Kite isn't, like, super sentimental about it.
Okay.
Just may miss the scenery once it's gone.
It's all
Yeah.
leveled.
It's like those old people who are like, it all used to be mangroves back here when I was a child. And I'm like, yeah, but you also didn't have running water. Well, that's true.
Back in my day, water still didn't have legs. Couldn't run on its own anyways.
yep. You know, this place used to be bombed during the war.
But now, this is the old guy, and he is making it new.
Well, somebody has to.
Sure. But, of course, this gave a little bit of insight onto all of Kite's ways.
Yeah.
Because I think he needed that personal bit to kind of come out. That he's the little bit... he's never going to pay full price for anything. He loves just looking for the rare little items.
He loves looking for rare little items. He's always looking for a new job. And he's a total dick.
Yeah, you got the chance to do all of it.
Oh god, I missed playing Kite because I get to say just innocuous, random, mean things in...
Do you think you got a little overwhelmed with this thing? For his, like, the high pedestal that you put Kite on, I think you got a little overwhelmed real quick.
Not really, I just kind of forgot out of character. I thought the spirit trolls were the ones that were immune to psychic, so I couldn't use Shadow Blade.
Well, maybe I made a little bit of changes. Knowing that you needed to, like, get back in the groove.
Yeah, I knew I was gonna have to switch up my cantrip attacks to be fire.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see if Ez could too, but she started missing, so I was like, okay, now I have to do it myself.
Like, missing a fuckload, too. Like, just every roll was like a 2 or a 7. It was brutal. Like, brutal. Nothing was over a 10 for her. Every time I was just like, yeah, no problem. And then the 2 nat 20s in a row, I was like, those could have been for her, but they weren't. Well, they were...
Like, part of me thinks I should have gone for just a standard fireball. But, nah.
It's all good. Did you like your little bit for the intro chapter, though?
Yeah, sure.
Good. I'm glad. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to go on about with Kite's intro chapter?
To go on about? Yeah, I thought he was going to be a dick the entire time. Then he's like, you know what? But this troll family we'll save.
Aww.
We'll be nice. And I'm like, oh, okay.
So one of Kite's character flaws is that he has a soft spot for kids. It was actually like kind of a sticking point for Curse of Strahd. Is like there was a little kid who was kind of a fucking bastard, and Kite's like, no, you can't kill him. He's just a kid. And then it happened again, and Kite's like, no, really, but you can't kill them though. They're kids.
Yeah.
You gotta wait until they're an adult, and then if they're still a dick, then you can kill them.
Yeah.
You didn't grow out of
I
this.
remember that.
that. And
Yeah.
I also slammed up a witch into her own child grinder.
But yeah, Kite's not about to kill kids if he can avoid it. Like, if they're not directly attacking him. And
Yep.
also, he did not promise to kill the thing. He promised he would get rid of it.
Mm-hmm. But obviously
Like,
he wants it.
I'd gone into it trying to solve the problem peacefully.
And he wants them dead so they never come back. So they won't come back when there's more of them to ruin his franchise.
Part of me was telling myself, is he willing to make sure this is resolved peacefully because the lady was completely asking for it to be killed? And it's like, you know what? I will do the job, but I'm not going to necessarily kill it because you wanted me to kill it or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
If he can do something without having to end lives, that's always a bonus. But also, he's not like it's like 1 or 2 attempts, and then it's just like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna kill you now. Like,
Well,
if
especially
one of the kids
throwing
would start swinging, he'd start swinging back.
Sorry, Kelly, go ahead.
I was just saying, especially when they start throwing you and your traveling companion around. Like, that's when it's time. That's when it's dukes up.
Yeah. It's like, try to solve the situation peacefully. Oh no, violence is an option now.
Violence has been chosen.
Oh dear. Oh no. Whatever will I do? Anyway, time for violence.
Well, I'm glad that you guys had so much fun with this game.
As always.
Make sure you
Quarter
go
fights,
like 2 a.m. and do Todd.
fancy guns,
We're not gonna stay up till 2 a.m. to do Todd's, but
diesel pump, yeah!
but we might know the fate of what Todd might be going through right now.
I was putting together the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
What could Todd be going through?
What could he be going through?
Some shit, TM.
Deep doo-doo? Did Todd really behave himself like Anthrax behaved himself?
A lot more than Anthrax ever did.
A lot more. Well, he lived a lot longer too.
I mean, one was a cultist and one is a lawyer, so I don't...
Who really lived the bigger life?
Yeah.
But it is midnight, and thanks guys for staying up for this.
Oh no, that was a lot of fun. Even listening to Kite session. That's why I felt bad. I was like, because we spent like what, 3 hours on mine. I was like, every time I was like wondering when the cutoff was gonna be because I felt bad. I was like, oh, and we're done, right? Oh, nope. Here, okay.
You did a lot of really cool exploring, though.
I did, and I enjoyed every bit of it. And I was trying to make it as like progressing as possible.
Mhm.
That way, there wasn't a lot of stagnant.
That's okay.
But that's also because I was just trying to. I mean, obviously, you don't. I know how people like. I have the tendency, if I'm not, just to fall asleep because I'm just trying to pay attention. But no matter how hard you try, sometimes if you're not doing anything, you're just like.
Mm-hmm.
So, just trying to help prevent that from occurring.
I like to
And
give
it-
like this happened last time where I like to give each person like a good foothold where they have stuff that they're coming in with that is different than just doing stuff with everybody together.
Yes,
They're coming in with
it's like the
some
one time the entire party is actually going to be split.
yeah, where it's very much like you are making your own experience, and it very much feels like you were away from other people for a while. And something happened and it makes you like your own person. And you guys get to feel your characters out more. And it eases me into all 5 of you again, so
Yep, that's fair.
Yeah.
well, yeah, I guess Todd and Anthrax is 6 of you. God damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Az would make 7 of you. Fuck, it's a whole party.
We are a village of chaos.
We are a whole tribe of chaos. You know the saying, it takes a village to raise a child. Where